Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our meeting this afternoon. I'm going to call the meeting to order now and invite Councillor Greenfield to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, and good afternoon, everyone. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend to these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I'm just going to ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on this afternoon's business. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Forder?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And through you, I will have to recuse myself from with the advice of the Integrity Commissioner for the Jordan Triangle Humane Society's presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a reminder to everyone that should a conflict occur to you, please bring it forward at that time. Announcements, and I'm going to turn it over to our people around the horseshoe with announcements, but I have one to begin with. The municipality of Meaford announces the departure of Kim Buckham, CAO, for the municipality as CAO. During her time, Kim led the organization and contributed to the organization's ongoing efforts to strengthen its operations and build momentum for future success. The municipality of Meaford wishes Kim well in her future endeavors. During this period of transition, duties will be overseen by the appropriate directors. Thank you. Is there other announcements around the table? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to see a full gallery. And I do have two announcements today. This Sunday, December the 1st, at the Meaford United Church will be the annual Golden Heirs Christmas concert. It's entitled, Are You Ready for Christmas? Tickets are by donation. It starts at 2 p.m. and I really encourage everyone to come. It does put you in the Christmas spirit. And also on December the 7th and December the 14th at Grey Roots in Owen Sound, there's a beautiful moonlight Morriston by candlelight walking tour. And if you've never done this, it's really quite a beautiful, spectacular event. And you have an opportunity to be part of a horse-drawn wagon ride. There's live music, hot apple cider, cookies, and all the heritage buildings are open and lit by candles. And you have a chance to go in and speak to volunteers and staff and learn about all of the history of Grey County. It's $11 for adults, $9 for students and seniors, $7 for youth, and children under 5 are free. So it is the 20th anniversary of Grey Roots this year, so it's a great time to go out and visit the museum if you haven't had a chance to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've probably noticed that there's a small village being built down in Market Square. It's the 3rd annual Meaford Christmas on the Bay. It's going to be starting on Thursday. It runs 4 days. Thursday and Friday is 2 till 8 p.m. Saturday is from 10 till 8 p.m. and on Friday 10 till 4. I better get that right. So yes, the market has grown a little bit every year. We have more vendors this year, so really hope that we're going to see everybody come down and get some Christmas cheer and shopping. And there's lots of entertainment going to be happening over the 4 days. Connected with that, we'll have the Christmas tree lighting as well on the Thursday evening. That's the 28th at 5:30 p.m. So anybody who wants to come out with the Christmas tree lighting in conjunction with the market, that'll be happening as well. Thank you.
Other announcements? I don't see any hands. I have one more then, and that is this morning at 10 o'clock, we had a tree dedication at the harbor front, and I just like to make a few points from that. This tree is not very big now, but every year it's going to grow and straight and tall and have a presence at the harbor. And this was done in appreciation of the many volunteers who have made 2024, our sesquicentennial, a year of beautification, education, unification, and celebration. And in particular, today, I want to mention Mary Solomon and Verna Hindle for the exciting kickoff event, and also the 150th wrap-up event, which is coming up on January the 12th. It'll be an opportunity to show our appreciation to the many volunteers. There will be free public skating from 12 until 2, and a program in the community hall from 2 until 4. And if it's as much fun as the session we had back at the beginning of the year, it's going to be a great time. And I also want to thank publicly Liz Harris for donating the tree and the plaque, Colleen Dunn of Morris Granite and Marble Works for her assistance with the engraving, and Mark Pendleton, our Parks and Recreation Services foreperson, for planting the tree, and as a reminder to all who strived to make this year a tribute to 150 years of progress in Meaford. Public participation. We, members of the public, are encouraged to provide
Mr.
council
Mayor,
with.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I just read the staff announcement?
You are right. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You've got some announcements too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Upcoming road closures, November 25th to December 4th, the Market Square parking lot will be closed off for Christmas on the Bay. November 28th from 5:15 to 5:45, Nelson Street will be closed for the Christmas tree lighting. December 7th, Syke Street North will be closed from Collingwood Street to Coleman Street during the Santa Claus Parade from 5 p.m. to 6:15 p.m. To view notices, detour maps, and alternate parking, please visit meaford.ca/road closure. And then a few holiday celebrations to highlight with the municipality. Tree lighting and window display unveiling. This Thursday, join us for the Christmas tree lighting at 5:30 at Meaford Hall. Take a tour downtown to enjoy the Meaford Memories window displays created by local businesses to celebrate Meaford's 150th anniversary and the holidays. We also have a merry movie night. So the municipality invites you to a free movie night this Friday at Meaford Hall, sponsored by the Canadian Base Operators. We'll be starting with some fun games in the galleries at 5:30. The screening of the classic The Santa Claus begins at 6:30. And then finally, fill a sleigh day. The Meaford Fire Department is partnering with the Meaford Food Bank to fill a sleigh of non-perishable food items. Saturday, December 7th from 9 to 4, stop by at the Red Apple and bring the spirit of giving to those in need this holiday season. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alex. So in public participation, members of the public are always encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom, either on phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning of the council meeting. You can do that by contacting clerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1110. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes, and public questions are limited to 2 minutes. And we have numerous speakers today, so that I ask you to conform to those time limits. Thank you. And just a reminder, the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So presentations, we have 3 of them this afternoon, and at this time I'm going to call Danielle Ellis and Karen Marsh from the Georgian Triangle Humane Society to the podium. And Alex will turn your mic on. Okay. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council, for having us here today. We're really excited to talk to the municipality of Meaford, a community that we value as a partner through all different kinds of organizations that we work with, and of course, the bylaw office. Okay, we'll get right into it. This year, we are celebrating 25 years of second chances. That's 50,000 pets and people that we've impacted since 1999. When we first opened our doors, we thought a good number for helping pets and people would be around 500 pets in particular per year. We've tripled that by 2023. We are an organization that is much more than a shelter with our community service, our community engagement, and our compassion for pets and people. We offer all kinds of rehab programs for animals, vaccines, microchip clinics, emergency support services, emergency boards, emergency medical, and of course, youth programming, as well as about 350 or more volunteer opportunities. Okay. So first of all, community services. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do, and then Danielle's going to talk to you about our future. So of course, we're a designated pound contract for the municipality of Meaford. And by making this commitment, we are able to reunite stray animals with their owners or find new homes for them when we can't do that. With doing that, we are able to promote a healthier community for the lives of pets and people, aligning with Meaford's commitment, of course, to be known as a pet-friendly community. Last year, we took in 24 stray dogs from Meaford, about 320 across all of our municipalities, and helped an additional 3,000 animals from using all of the different services that I outlined earlier. Community engagement is something that we're really proud of as well. People are obviously a very vital part of in the lives of pets, and it's really people that we need to keep our community thriving for generations to come. So through community engagement, we embrace people. We are empowering residents of all of our municipalities, especially Meaford, to offer them easier access to our support services. And we know that by engaging with our community, we provide many different opportunities to explore and benefit from the human-animal bond, which then catalyzes interpersonal relationships, reducing feelings of loneliness and depression that lead to a plethora of mental health risks. Of the 6 municipalities that we serve and who regularly access our services, the municipality of Meaford represents about 15% of the total of the services, and around 4%, and this is likely due to geographical location, of youth accessing our programs, volunteer residents, and attendees at our events, as well as major donors. I think the data is powerful because it illustrates that our commitment is to a stronger, more compassionate community that will continue to engage into the future, adopting a service to others model as opposed to a service to self, and making genuine connections with our neighbors, local business owners, residents, and visitors. And finally, pet support services completes what we offer. We believe that when community members feel embraced and valued because we've leveled the playing field and developed pet support services that are accessible and without judgment, then we all benefit. The data on this slide represents compassionate support for all municipal residents and promotes feelings of belonging, joy, acceptance, and community through the human-animal bond. But I'm sure a lot of you know that we have exhausted our space limitations. Daily, monthly, yearly, we are operating above or at or above capacity. This year, we've seen a 140% increase in dog surrenders. And at the worst of times, we're forced to turn families away who need our help and have come to us because they know that we care. Our current facility no longer meets our operational needs. We have animals recovering on the floor, as you can see here, from life-saving surgeries in the hallways, dogs next to cats, which isn't always a great idea, and volunteers on their knees reaching over obstacles to support recovery. And for the volunteers who are under 25, that is not a problem, but a lot of our volunteers are a lot older than that. And finally, our building, we need a new roof. We need new floors. We need new kennels. We battle mold when it rains. And all of these issues compromise our best biosecurity measures. We're experiencing more frequent outbreaks of zoonotic diseases. For those of you who don't know what that is, then that is diseases that can be transferred from animals to humans. And this means we have to isolate more animals without access to sunlight often and for longer periods of time. That lengthens their stays and prevents us from bringing in more animals in need. So we have to cram more and more litters of kittens and puppies into our shelter because more and more are being left on our doorsteps overnight. I've been with the organization for 8 years, and this is the first time we've really seen this many animals being left on our doorstep. So it goes without saying that our staff and volunteers are also at risk because we desperately need this new facility. I'm going to ask Danielle Ellis, our Associate Director, to come on up. Thanks, Karen.
Perfect, thanks. One of the things I think that, that Karen didn't illustrate is how difficult some of these situations are. And it's often on the daily that they are faced with these difficult situations and sometimes truly heartbreaking situations. So combined with the stress that the building is providing with the staff and the reality of some of these situations, it really is fuel for me to make this dream of a new reality a home. And I hope it's fuel for you as well. My name is Danielle Ellis, and I am pet obsessed. I have a rescue shepherd, a rescue tabby cat. I am a horse girl at heart. I'm at the barn most nights. But I'm not alone in my pet obsession. 80% of Canadians identify with having pets in their household. And of those, 80% actually identify with them as family. So as we think about our population growth combined with the forecasted growth, our pet resident population is growing. We identify as a pillar within the community, as Karen had shared. We really do bolster the local economy. Our 15,000 supporters come together to fundraise annually $1.3 million. That is one part of the economic uprise that we have, but the other is that we have self-generated revenue. So through our adoptions, through our access to veterinarian care, we're also self-generating revenue. So we have 25 employees today, but our goal is to have 50. We have 300 volunteers today. In our new home, we will have 600. I'd like to take you back in time. I'm not going to take you back 25 years to 1999, but I am going to take you to 2010. This is an important part of the story in capital campaigns and in our history. You'll see at the beginning of that timeline there, it honors a moment in time where we partnered with the town of Collingwood. The town of Collingwood provided us with a land lease agreement in kind for 50 years with 2 10-year terms to renew. So we were able to move from a grassroots home-based organization through fostering in residents' homes into an established Humane Society. But we did this in partnership with nearly 1,200 donors. So it was very much a municipal partnership and a privately funded partnership. As you zoom along that timeline, it's going to take you back to the time that we identified we needed to move to a new facility. We started our fundraising efforts, and to date, we have raised $8 million of $17.5 million. But we're not there yet. We want to get a shovel in the ground. And in order to do that, we recognize we need municipal partnerships. We can't do this alone. Humane societies are essential municipal partners for all those reasons that Karen just illustrated. But I thought I'd bring some examples for you. On the bottom of the slide, you'll see 3 unique examples from Ottawa, Peterborough to Regina. All have very different capital contributions and also capital sizes. From Ottawa and their 13% municipal government support to Peterborough 15, and Regina, oh my goodness, their $27.5 million capital campaign, the city funded 46% of that. So we recognize municipal support comes in all shapes and sizes, and we also recognize that we are different. We span across 6 municipalities and 2 counties. And so that does make us unique, and how we want to partner needs to be looked at in a unique way. So we do want to reaffirm our commitment to our existing partnership through the pound contract, but we are also looking for some capital support. I'm going to jump ahead here. Back in 2023, we made a deputation to all of the municipalities, and it was based on a blended population rate, income, and use of services. And you'll see the original ask there that we came in at. I believe it was just over 18,000 or just under 19,000 across 10 years. As we were looking at 2024, we wanted to incorporate some of the feedback we received from council. One was that there is an opportunity to further collaborate with the bylaw team. We share many priorities and objectives, so however we can serve and support, that remains our commitment. We want to support with the education around responsible pet ownership. We want to consider a focus on urban residents. We do recognize that your municipality is unique, and so looking at it again through the idea of urban residents. And based on that, making the amendment to the original request to reduce it to 50%. So if I go back to my slide here on ask for help, we want to look at your contribution, reducing it by 50% from what we asked for in previous years to less than a percent. It's less than, it's like 0.005% of the total capital, and it is 6% of the combined municipal request. So again, when we think back to those examples, I hope this is a little bit more palatable. Also, we don't want to be tone deaf. We recognize the budget constraints that you're faced with, and we want to be looking at your residents in a unique way. Going back to the economic impact, through this partnership and through our new center, we will be able to shelter 3,000 animals, engage 6,000 youth. We are going to raise over $2 million through self-generated social enterprise, and we're going to employ 25 new employees and 300 new volunteers. And in closing, I do want to also extend an invitation. If you'd ever love to come to see the center, meet the team, and see the work that we do firsthand, both Karen and I welcome you and would love to give you a tour to the facility. And with that, I'll open it for questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions, Council? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and thank you for your presentation. Can you tell me how many of the municipalities have bought in so far?
Most certainly. We're still in conversations with many. The two that are confirmed from last year's deputation are Clearview and Wasaga. We're entering the agreement still, but it is committed. And the town of Collingwood, we're still in discussions with them. We're looking also at a unique model with the town of Collingwood with a request to be recognized as a municipal capital facility. So as we think about similarly how they provided the land in kind, if there was a way to have a similar recognition that would give us some of the benefits, such as savings in property tax, land development, and other expenses.
Thank you. Good luck with that one. So
Thank you.
Basically 2 have signed up out of the,
And ongoing discussions, so there aren't any hard no's at this point.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and thank you very much, Danielle and Karen, for your presentation, for all the great work you do.
Thank you.
So just clarifying, in the chart before us, the 2023 ask for Meaford was 18,750 a year for 10 years. So you're saying your ask today is for half of that?
Correct. 9,375 for 10 years.
For 10 years, and we're not finished with our budget yet, so I know we'll have conversation about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add that about a month ago, I went out to our backyard shed for something, I forget what, and discovered I want to say maybe about a 4-week kitten. And before long, I'd found 3 more. So all of a sudden, my wife and I were confronted with 4 kittens. They had their eyes open, but they were definitely not in a position to look after themselves. And all we could think of was the lovely young lady who lives next to us, who is a cat lover, and we recruited her help. Ultimately, she took those 4 kittens because the mother did not come back in enough time for us to be able to, and we hadn't seen her. But anyway, the upshot was they were looked after. She took them to the shelter in Collingwood, and they will be looked after properly. So, you know, it happens. I think that you have a service that we use and is greatly appreciated. And I'm also, because I've been following over a period of time the progress of this project, I'm aware that it's not just about pets, but it's also about children, and that's important too. So thank you again for your presentation, and good luck with everything.
Thank you very, very much. We are very grateful to have been here today. Thank you.
I'm going to call Marla Barfoot now, OPP Detachment Commander here in Meaford. And Marla, it looked like you had a call, so if you have to run, just, you know, we'll get you back, okay?
I'm okay so far. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and Council, for having me here today. It's been a little while since I was last here. With me, I do have Provincial Constable Alexis McNeil. I thought it'd be important to bring her so everyone could meet her. She helps with preparing the reports for me. So this is Alexis. This is a brand new report with the new Community Safety and Policing Act. As you're aware, we're mandated to have one detachment board and mandated to have consistent reporting throughout the province. So this format is used by all OPP detachments throughout the province. So bear with us. This is new. It's a lot of data, so I know it can be overwhelming. So I'm going to walk you through. I'm going to skip over some things because it is a lot. But I'm also going to focus on the year-to-date data versus the quarterly, just because I haven't been here for some time. So the first part, I'll draw your attention to the Highway Traffic Act charges. You'll see that they continue to increase over the past 3 years, which is great to see. Our officers are out there enforcing the Highway Traffic Act. It also lists the number of criminal code non-traffic occurrences, as well as the criminal code traffic. Those are all up, and the Liquor License Act charges as well. If you go down to the traffic-related charges section, this outlines some of the higher charges that we have. Speeding continues to increase. And of note, one you'll maybe have drawn your attention to is the seat belts. So it's gone up quite a bit since 2022. And that is due to a new method or technique of observations that some of our officers have taken on. So they're just being more strategic and really focusing on those seatbelt infractions. It is disturbing to see that we are laying that many seatbelt tickets, but we'll continue to try to enforce that. The clearance rates, this just speaks to the clearance rates for all the crimes. The only one that's down is drugs. And I think I can explain this by the fact that we're focusing more on the bigger trafficking occurrences now, so it takes longer to clear those. They are more in-depth investigations, so the clearance rates do take longer to catch up. Moving on to motor vehicle collision types. Unfortunately, you'll see that our fatal collisions are up from 2023. However, they are still below 2022's number. I will point out that these are not your typical speed or aggressive driving fatal collisions. And there is more I'll touch on in the next section about the type of, or the cause of each of those collisions. The next page speaks to public complaints. This is something new that you haven't seen in the most recent reports. This is members of the public can complain to LECA, which is the Law Enforcement Complaints Agency, about officers or service. So you can see in 2024, there were 6 conduct complaints and 1 service complaint. So again, it doesn't speak to whether they were substantiated or what the outcome was, but I can say that these complaints in our area have not been seen through to fruition. So usually they are dealt with before it gets to a formalized discipline or anything like that. Our officers are doing a good job, and you're always going to have some people that aren't happy, but we continue to work away. The next part I think will be of interest to you, the daily activity reporting patrol hours. You'll see that everything there is up substantially. Of note, the marine hours. You'll see that's really increased over the past 3 years. And last summer, we took our marine program in-house and did it just out of Grey Bruce OPP, so we can focus on our waterways, and we know our marine officers know the area. They know where the problems are, and we can really focus on that. So it's a really great thing to see. Our ATV enforcement, that's mostly dedicated during the summer hours and we're out on the trails. And foot patrol, again, most communities love that, to see our officers out there on foot. Moving on to the drug crime, I'll touch on the trafficking. Again, as I mentioned earlier, our community street crime unit, they're focusing more on the trafficking investigations. That's dealing on the supplier versus this possession. So that's why you see a huge increase in that number. They're trying to get the bigger level to stop those drugs from coming to the communities. So moving on to the next page, we're going back to fatality collisions, and it explains the type of, or what the cause was. So you'll see that 3 of those fatalities were due to no seatbelts. So this is a disturbing statistic because they could have been prevented. So 3 fatalities that could have been prevented potentially if seatbelts were worn. So as I indicated earlier, our officers are out there enforcing seatbelt compliance, and we will continue to do so. And one of the collisions was due to alcohol or drugs. So again, just continuing to work on our impaired driving, which unfortunately is still happening, but we are getting more impaired drivers off the road every day. You'll see that none were attributed to speeding. Then moving on to the mental health occurrence page. I know the last time I spoke here, I spoke in depth about our MCERT program, our mobile crisis response team that responds to calls for service with our officers. So we continue to really rely on them to decrease the number of officer hours that are spent dealing with mental health occurrences, which are not necessarily criminal in nature, and they need to get the help that they need at the time. So you'll see that there is a substantial number of mental health occurrences that we still deal with this year. We did submit, oh, sorry, it says page 8. The other ones were just nothing really on them. That page is, yeah. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we actually applied for a grant through the government for enhancements to our MCERT program, and we were patiently waiting to hear if we did receive additional funding for that so that we can get another MCERT worker at our detachment. Going on to page 9, this speaks to the overdose occurrences, and I'm happy to report that it is down significantly, the opioid overdoses, which is what is you hear most about. So we went down from 6 to 8 to 2 this year, which is very good news. Moving on to page 10. Other crime occurrences, I wanted to touch on the federal statutes because you'll see a very high increase in those, which might have drawn your attention. We did some digging to figure out why that was so much higher. When COVID was upon us, the courts were not enforcing fail to attend court or fail to attend print charges. So that has begun again as of 2023. So that's why you see that huge increase of federal statutes charges. Page 11, I want to draw your attention to the break-in enters. Everything here in property crime has gone down in 2024, which is really good news. However, break-in enters, I know that was an issue in Meaford there for a while in the summer, and people were getting things taken from them. But then a few days later, our street crime unit did do a warrant and were able to recover a lot of the stolen property. So that was a good news story. The next page, I just wanted to explain to you what it is. It speaks to unfounded occurrences. So this is just how it was reported. It was then determined that that didn't actually occur. So it's classified as unfounded. So I won't take much time on that, but just so you understand what that is. The next page, this is again something new that we haven't reported on before, referrals to victim services. So victim services is a volunteer organization. It's Grey Bruce Victim Services, and run by volunteers. They respond to they can be property crimes, violent crimes, anything, and assist victims. So it's a great service that helps us, then we can focus on the offense or the investigation, and the victim services who are trained can help the victim through the process. The next page speaks to our violent crimes. And I actually wanted to touch on that because it says we had 4 homicides, which is not true, which is something when you gotta love the data. We again dug into that because I thought, I think I would know if we had 4 homicides in our area. And it's because cold cases were added as tombstone occurrences, and they just weren't added properly to the system. So it's showing up as occurring this year because that's when they reported it, not when it actually occurred. So those are just historical occurrences that were being added onto the system. So I just wanted to speak to that one. The next page is e-ticket warnings. So they have stayed fairly consistent. They are down slightly this year, but fairly consistent across the board over the past 3 years. And then the next page speaks to our youth charges. I won't get too into that other than just kind of explaining to you youth, there's different ways we can deal with their charges. So bail is if they're held to be held and to see justice of the peace to decide if they're released from custody. Conviction is what it sounds like. Diversion is we divert them out of the criminal justice system. Non-conviction, they're found not guilty. And not accepted means that they were not accepted into the diversion program or not accepted into that, so they weren't able to proceed that way. And then POA ticket is just they're issued a provincial offenses notice for their offense. And then it breaks it down into the type of offenses at the bottom. You'll see weapons is the highest, followed by assault, which a weapon can be a knife. It can be anything that they use as a weapon. So, and assaults, those are probably the things you would think that youth are doing most, you know. Yeah, so that's it for the youth part. And I believe that is the end of the report. Pending any questions.
Questions around the horseshoe, Deputy Mayor Keaveney?
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. I do have 2 questions with your indulgence. Thank you very much, Commander Barfoot, for being here with us today and sharing all of this information. And I'm particularly pleased to see and hear that there is more OP presence within the county, and we assume Meaford is part of that as well. So 2 questions. My first one, we have on our agenda today a report regarding short-term rentals, and we've heard as a council quite a few concerns from residents who live next to those types of Airbnb situations where there are concerns regarding noise and parking and that sort of thing. And I just wonder if you could share with us off the top of your head, do you feel the OPP is getting a lot of calls related to STRs?
I can't say for sure, like it doesn't stick out as a big call for service. However, I wouldn't necessarily know if it, like a noise complaint wouldn't always come to my attention, or a parking complaint. I'm usually only apprised of the more serious occurrences every day. So it's something I could look into, but I can't say for sure. Oh, wait a minute, Alexis can.
I run this statistic before for the municipality or the township of Georgian Bluffs. And when people do call them in, please, if members of the community are going to call them in, please specify that it's an Airbnb or short-term rental. That's how we can navigate through the data to locate that information. In Georgian Bluffs, there was, I think, 10 complaints of noise complaints specifically, or too many people, those types of things at Airbnbs. It wasn't statistically significant, and none of them ever resulted in a bylaw charge or a criminal offense. So there was 10 over the period, I believe it was 2020 to 2023. Which wouldn't be statistically significant. But again, these are the things that if they are occurring, we would like people to call them in consistently, as well as to use the words Airbnb or short-term rental, so that when you make an inquiry, we can track it more easily.
And that's really helpful information. Thank you very much.
She's my stats person.
And she's a good one. Hang on to her. And my second question, which is, of course, is the burning question for all of us. We've seen a significant increase in our OPP fees for 2025 for Meaford, 26%. Is there anything you can share with us, Marla, that would be helpful in that regard? I mean, I know that Councillor Bartley, for example, has been working on that and talking to people at the provincial level. I've made that call as well, and we're just hopeful that the OPP is recognizing that that is a significant budgetary challenge for us and for all municipalities impacted coming into 2025. And I just wondered if there were any comments you could make in that regard.
No, I mean, we do recognize it. It's something across the board, obviously, that municipalities are dealing with. And Councillor Bartley, it sounds like he's taking the right steps by taking it to provincial level because it's out of our hands locally, obviously. A lot of that increase is due to benefits and wages, salaries. So there's unfortunately not much we can do to decrease that cost. And it's just due to the fact that there was no contract in place for several years. So they're catching up. So unfortunately, it is a lot at one time, and that is just something that continue to bring to the provincial level.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Mayor Kentner, and thank you for your information, your presentation. I do have a couple of questions, and this is like an easy one. The daily activity patrol hours. Now we're looking at about 6,300 hours almost. Does that mean, I've only got two suggestions. One is how many hours we had OPP officers in our municipality, or does it mean how many hours they were called upon to investigate, whether it be traffic or robbery or whatever?
Actually, it was neither of those. It is daily activity report. Patrol hours is the amount of time they were actually in a cruiser just patrolling, proactive patrols in general patrol. So they're not responding to a call for service. They're not doing an investigation. They're doing patrol hours out in the communities.
Thank you for that. The other one I wanted to ask about, under the Mental Health Act, you have 130 occurrences. And from what we've heard, police forces across the province have been very busy with mental health issues. Of those 130 occurrences, now, did they all lead to some kind of indiscretion, shall we say, to a crime, or were they primarily just a call that needed some investigation but didn't lead to an offense, an act?
So they would not be criminal. There could be a criminal component to mental health occurrence. I'm just trying to find that page to see what exactly it said. So yeah, this speaks to 130 is Mental Health Act. So the ones at your assaults, that's a criminal offense. It breaks it down. Impaired over 80, that's a criminal offense. Sexual assault, those type of things are criminal offenses. But Mental Health Act, the 130, the really big number, that's not criminal. So that is something that the police are being called. Potentially the person is violent, acting out, but it's due to their mental health. So we're being called because that's who they call. They call the police because there is a chance for violence. Once we make sure the situation is calm or safe, we bring our mobile crisis response team into the scene. Oftentimes, they can provide what's needed to that person. Not sure if it says apprehensions. It does not specifically say how many were apprehended. A lot of people are just needing some help at the moment. Some are needed to be apprehended and taken to the hospital where they're seen by a doctor. So by having our mobile crisis response team, they can also go to the hospital with us and liaise with the doctors, tell them what they've seen, what they know, because they are trained in mental health more than officers are. They have that background. We do receive training, but it's not the same as these clinicians and nurses that are working with us. So that program has been invaluable to us by keeping us at the hospital and at those calls for less time.
Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you as well, Marla, for the excellent information. I was gonna actually ask as well about the Mental Health Act occurrences. Yeah, from 2022 to 2023, that literally almost doubled, and it's on pace to stay there. And we are all aware that that is a growing concern in all of our region and everywhere. The question is more, do we know? Owen Sound obviously has a higher population. Just wondering where this falls in terms of our municipality within that number, whether our numbers are significant in there.
We don't have it broken down in this report because it's for the one detachment board. So Owen Sound is not captured in these numbers because they have their own police service. So I would suspect that their number would be high as well because it's a city of a substantial size. I can say that we do have quite a few mental health occurrences in the municipality of Meaford due to a couple of locations that we do get called to quite frequently. So I would say the number for Meaford is significant.
Follow up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was contacted actually by residents when you talk about specific areas that tend to be a little bit more problematic. When you get into residential area developments that can be more county level responsibilities than ours, they asked about the possibilities of cameras being placed in the community. I don't know how much you work with the county in that regard, because when I asked, it was literally pointed out to us that that was not our domain to kind of make that call. What that would be more of a county level, but I don't know whether or not county and OPP work a lot on that kind of a potential monitoring solution.
So a lot of places do have cameras, and we have to put in a request if we need their camera for whatever reason, for whatever investigation. We put in a request, and they are very cooperative with us. If that's answering your question, yeah, okay.
Yes, Councillor Bell, I was going to ask you if you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Acting Inspector Barfoot. Some people don't know about this, and I hope that you have an opinion for us today. April the 1st of this year, the province of Ontario did a different mandate that we're to have a police services board, and your detachment in this very broad area, the group which I sit on, has not formally met yet. The one course that I did complete was on our roles and responsibilities, and a major part of our role is your budgeting. So the last statistic that I received was that we do not have enough members who have completed all of the courses that we are now supposed to take, so we don't even have quorum. I am one of those persons who have not completed all of my training, as I expect there's another 20-25 hours of course time in order for me to qualify. My question, how does the fact that a local board meeting with the OPP, yourself I take it, has not met, and how crippling is that to you when you're trying to do a budget which you have not made a presentation, nor can you? The folks that are on it don't form a quorum. In my case, I could go to a meeting with quorum. I just wouldn't be able to allow to vote, and I'd come back and make a report. So when the province said for us to take the courses to be on that, they said for us, we must complete roles and responsibilities, and we had a good year to get the other under our belt. The province changed the mandate. You now have to complete all. My question is, how does this hurt your detachment, OPP, in this very broad area, and we have not had a board to help you with your budgeting?
So I think it's slightly different with municipal police services versus the OPP, because our police service boards don't actually really do a lot of the budgeting. It's provincial level. So it doesn't impact the OPP the same way it would a municipal police service, from my understanding. It is unfortunate we haven't had our first board meeting. I've been part of the talks and been with the implementation committee trying to get it going. And I got the same update. I actually reached out for an update this morning, because I was curious as well, because my understanding was we were ready to go. The insurance was the holdup, but that was in place. So I was wondering the same thing. And I guess it's because what you just said, the training. So from what I know from the email was just that without having a quorum, nothing can be decided upon. So that's why they're waiting until January, hopefully January, to get enough people that will have quorum so they can actually vote on things, policies, procedures, and get those in place. But I can reassure you that things are still functioning within our detachment. We're out there doing our job, and nothing's changed in the policing side of things. It's just, it is unfortunate that we haven't gotten together. I was really looking forward to doing that this fall, which is why I put that offer out to all the municipalities to come out and present to all of you, because you have been lacking in that information since the board wasn't in place.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and thank you for your report and your service.
Thank you.
The municipality supplies an office here in Meaford for the OPP. I'm being told it's not utilized, that it's not used at all. Can you tell me,
That is definitely not true.
can you fill me in on a daily occurrence at the office?
We have officers reporting there every day. I don't know what else you want to know. Yeah, we have officers reporting there every day. We have we have new recruits arriving. We just had one arrive last week who's reporting there. We continue to get more officers, and we do assign some to the Meaford detachment. We are limited in the space and the size of how many officers. We're almost at capacity for the number of officers reporting there, just for locker space and whatnot, but it is definitely utilized, and the officers that report there absolutely love to work in the community. Most of them are from the community or very close surrounding area.
Okay, so what I've been told is a fallacy. Can you tell me how many people book in there and
I want to
throughout the day?
it will depend on the day. Each platoon is different. I would say overall, we probably have about 15 members reporting to that office. And maybe where the misconception is the front door is locked. There is no admin staff. It's not open to the public. However, anyone can always pick up the phone outside the detachment and request to speak to a police officer, and someone come speak to them. But perhaps that's the misconstructed idea, is that there's no one there. It's just that it's not open to the public.
Thank you for correcting me.
Any other questions? Then thank you very much, Commander. We really appreciate you being with us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Our next presentation and last presentation is from Cindy Tyndall, Alexandra Cooper, Maureen Munden, and Kathy Butler, the Grants and Donations Committee of the Meaford Thornbury Special Olympics. Welcome.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Let's just put the microphone down a little more. That's good.
How's that? Is
Yeah,
that better?
Step right up.
A little
into
bit
it, yep.
better? Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for having us. Good afternoon, Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, councillors, gallery guests. My name is Cindy Tyndall, and I represent the Grants and Donations Committee of Meaford Thornbury Special Olympics. Also with me today is my daughter, Alexandra Cooper, who is an athlete of the Meaford Thornbury Special Olympics. Maureen Munden, who is our basketball coach, our treasurer, and also a Special Olympics parent. Kathy Butler, our community chair of Meaford Thornbury Special Olympics coach, and also a Special Olympics athlete parent. Special Olympics is a volunteer organization, but we are no small organization. Our athletes may play and build skills locally, but there are also regional games, provincial games, national games, and world games. And you may be aware of some of our large sponsors of police services for torch runs, polar plunges, etc., that support Special Olympics. We're here today to raise your awareness of the Meaford Thornbury Special Olympics. Up until now, our deputations have been made only to the town of the Blue Mountains. And we have participants who reside in Meaford. Approximately 1/3 of our athletes live here in this community. We also have athletes in Thornbury, a few from Moon Sound and Collingwood, and we take part in the following sports: downhill skiing, bowling, basketball, golf, pickleball, and we're even trying a new sport called floorball. Our venues are the Georgian Peak Ski Club, Collingwood Bowling Alley, sadly because of the closure of the Meaford one, which is where we used to bowl all the time, Beaver Valley Community School Gym for our basketball and floorball, Tomahawk for our golf, and Beaver Valley Community Center for our pickleball courts. We even had curling in Meaford at the Meaford Curling Club up until COVID, and we're hoping to have that again too at some point, and that was supported by the Meaford Curling Club. They are incredible athletes. I'm not sure if you've ever had a chance to watch a sport locally, provincially, nationally, or in the world. But they make us laugh, they make us cry. We are very proud, and the smiles on their faces say it all. Our request to you today could include any or all of the following: use of the pavilion at Memorial Park for a social gathering or picnic, use of Memorial Park mini putt. We currently pay to use it for year-end celebrations at the end of basketball, for example. Use of a room at the Meaford Library for a special event, perhaps a yoga class, a stretching class, an athlete leadership course, or use of a room at Meaford Hall for an end-of-year banquet. I believe that Alex sent you pictures of a number of our teams in the area. Hopefully you all got those. Yes? Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask Maureen Munden to speak next. Thank you.
And my speech is not far off of Cindy's, but I'll read it anyway. So I am Kathy Butler, and I am the Community Council lead for the Special Olympics for Meaford and Thornbury. I'm also the head coach for golf and skiing. I've been involved with Special O for over 15 years as my 30-year-old son Thomas participates in basketball, golf, bowling, and skiing. Thomas loves all sports, and Special O is the place for him to participate and feel included. This is where he sees all his friends and enjoys being part of our wonderful organization. He has competed at the provincial, national levels for golf, skiing, and basketball. Currently, we have 16 golfers that attend weekly practices at Tomahawk in Thornbury on Mondays, starting in May, and we run until the late September. We also go to the range at Laura Bay a few times every year. For the last 4 years, the town of Blue Mountains has waived the $20 green fee for the 4 starting times they reserve for us. So this has helped keep our costs down a remarkable amount for golf. We would also love to add, as Cindy said, some visits to the mini putt in Meaford for next year. Our alpine ski team out of Georgian Peaks on Saturdays for 8 weeks starting in January. The Peaks actually waives day tickets for the 8 athletes that ski. And we had 2 athletes last year attend national games in Calgary. And we have 1 athlete this year going to the Worlds in Italy. So we're very excited for Julian. And it's just great to see that a lot of our athletes are now going to different levels. From the community, you go to provincials, then you go to nationals and then worlds. We also offer bowling on Thursday nights in Collingwood, and we have 16 bowlers. It's one of our more expensive sports because we pay for the lane rentals every week. And currently our bowlers are now practicing for provincial games next year. Our newest sport is pickleball, as Cindy mentioned, and there is a floorball team starting up very soon. This past October, 4 of our pickleball athletes attended a tournament in South Carolina, and they competed with other athletes from the United States. They had a great time and are now planning to host their own event this winter in Thornbury. So as you can imagine, there are costs involved with all of our sports. We do charge a nominal fee for our athletes to participate in the sports that they choose. But as a community, we're always looking and trying to think of new fundraising ideas. So we've also had great support from local businesses like Home Hardware, The Independent, Clear Choice Pools in Thornbury, Black Angus, and the Thornbury Bakery. And we also receive support from national organizations such as Tim Hortons, Staples, and Foodland. And a big event we attended 3 years ago was the big 24-hour race at Blue Mountain. So as our communities continue to grow, both Thornbury and Meaford, we're constantly adding new athletes and volunteers to our organization. And at least 3 of our sports have waiting lists now, so we need, we have to expand for sure. And I just wanted, on a personal level, thank you for considering us in your grants and donations process. And we look forward to building a relationship into the future.
I think they've said most of it. I started out with this organization 21 years ago. So for many years, I was community coordinator, treasurer, bottle washer, you know what happens. My son is now 35. He's been involved since age 14. We have an incredibly supportive high school program here, which starts kids into the larger organization. So we need to make awareness of that. We also, without ever asking, have always been given the subsidy when we went to the mini putt, and they let the bylaw officer know these people, please don't ticket these cars because they're bringing their kids to play mini golf. So part of this talk is to create awareness that we exist, that we're here. We have tended to center towards Thornbury. We did start here with a softball team that went to the national games in Brandon, Manitoba. We had bowling here. We don't have a large presence physically here in the community, and we would like to change that. Mostly the parents in Meaford are tired of driving. The most important thing to ask, other than awareness of our organization and the valuable work we do, is these guys don't really have anywhere to go and socialize. So that one night in the summer of mini golf is bigger than you can imagine. Anybody can go, everybody can go from every single team. They get together and have a good time. So we started looking and thinking, maybe we could do a social at the library. Maybe we could do this. Maybe we could do that. What can we do in Meaford? So thank you for the support you have given us, even though you didn't know you were doing it. The municipality looked after us for the mini golf. We appreciate that. And I'm going to introduce Ali, who's one of our athlete, what's it called? Leadership. There's an athlete leadership program separate from sport that gives an opportunity like this for athletes to speak and talk about Special Olympics. Thank you. And she brought hardware to challenge
Wow.
errors.
Wow.
There's many more at home. They're all shadow boxed.
Yeah, they're all in shadow boxes at home. I didn't bother bringing every single one of them. So I currently play golf, basketball, and pickleball. I've been to local, regional, provincial, and national games. Special Olympics means to me inclusion and being with your friends and playing sports. I enjoy it a lot because you can be yourself. You don't have to worry about what special need you actually have. You can just like zone it out and just play sports. It's a lot of fun. And the Special Olympics motto that we go by all the time is let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. And I'm gonna let my mother sum it up.
Thank you for listening to her. So basically, to sum up, we're just hoping that this presentation sparks some interest and ideas as to how the town, the municipality, and the community can support Special Olympics in the future. We already, as she said, as Kathy said, have support Goddard's Independent, the Curling Club, Tim Hortons locally for Smile Cookie sales, etc. We've been very fortunate over the years, but we just want Meaford to maybe play a larger role. So thank you so much for your time and for listening to us.
Thank you for an excellent and heartwarming presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilors, chime in.
Do you have any questions?
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much. And I think my only question is actually for Treasurer Val. And you may have to do a little looking, but I'm wondering if, do we have any funds left in our community bursary fund, or is that all allocated?
Through you, Mayor Kenner. I think I would like to look. I
Yeah.
think we have a little bit, but I'm not sure how much.
And that's what I thought, Val. So I'm hoping with that, we can have a discussion about answering some of the requests that have been presented to us, because we would like to participate more.
Thank you so much for your time. Take care.
Thank you. So now we're moving on to deputations on agenda items. Each speaker has 5 minutes. And they are all speaking. There's 5 of them. They're all speaking to item ECDEV 2024-02, short-term accommodation project. And first, I'll call Chris Scary to the microphone.
Hello, Council. I'm Chris Sherry, and with my wife Marissa, we've operated an STA in Meaford for 3 years. We are a registered and insured business, pay federal, provincial, income, and property taxes. Since moving to Meaford in 2014, I have served as a volunteer firefighter with the Meaford Fire Department for 2 years. I founded and produced the free Meaford Summer Concert Series that ran for 4 years and received the Special Merit Award for volunteerism as a result. I'm also the president of the Trout Hollow Trail Association, where we work alongside the Escarpment Biosphere Conservancy and the Grey Sabo Conservation Association and landowners as volunteers building and maintaining trails. Back in February of 2023, almost 2 years ago, I connected the previous staff and every member of this council here today with policy advisors at Airbnb who have the means to support resolving issues and writing policy at zero cost to the municipality. They were and always are ready and willing to help. Since then, I have followed up numerous times with you and the folks at Airbnb who tell me you have yet to ask for any type of help. Some concerns from council from the last meeting that the number of complaints is much higher than reported based on surveys and not facts. We have no teeth as enforcement, and dealing with bad actors is the big issue, certain STA operators apparently. And with our motto being a community of safety and well-being, there are certain guests who have been obnoxious and threatening to their neighbors. Not based on facts, just hearsay at this point. If I was the neighbor of a so-called bad actor, I'd be very upset to know that because council hasn't directed them to, bylaw has yet to issue a single fine or written warning using existing bylaws. Bylaw has not contacted any so-called bad actors to follow up or educate them. And bylaw has not reached out to platforms for support, with 70 to 80% of STAs being Airbnbs or Verbos, okay? And they work together. It's not like you have exhausted all your options. Council has yet to exercise a single one. And from what I understand, now you have directed the very department that has no extra resources, which is bylaw, to take over writing the policy proposal with a hard decision of, we need this yesterday. How can this most important issue be given the right attention, and what else will suffer as a result? Solutions, also known as option 2 in the last approval, something you glazed over. I had also suggested most of these back in February of 2023. Summer bylaw hires can be scheduled for hours when complaints have been happening most. No additional bylaw vehicle is needed, as existing vehicles can be used at night instead of during the day. Direct bylaw to issue written warnings and fines using the existing bylaws and use platform leverage for other issues. Direct bylaw officers to connect with operators, neighbors, and platforms during regular hours. Direct bylaw to build relationships with residents, operators, platforms, and OPP, and get updates on infractions, warnings, and false reports they may have issued. Online information for operators and neighbors is a basic copy and paste from other municipalities. Code of conduct for guests is a basic copy and paste from other municipalities. These can be done immediately while we all work together as a committee to create something that will succeed in solving the issues and allow good operators to continue providing lodging for Meaford visitors. I feel that council members are reacting more to emotional pleas for something to be done rather than focusing on the facts. And back to how can we be a community of safety and well-being? If you Google criminal charges Meaford, you will see that since 2022, we've had murder, major drug trafficking, illegal firearms, burglaries, theft, impaired driving, assaults, and a bunch of storage units on Susan Street just on Friday being broken into. None of these were STA guests. All of them were Meaford residents and mostly linked to drugs. Crime continues in this municipality. Shouldn't this be the priority if we are to be a community of safety and well-being? There are bad actors in all types of business, and I wonder how hard some councillors would be pushing for cost-neutral regulation and municipal business tax if we were to apply this across the board to anyone wanting to do business in Meaford. Again, my name is Chris Sherry, and I'm always here to help and available by email, phone, or in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
And if you have any questions, I can answer them now for you. Nope.
I see none, but you, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And Chris, I want to thank you for your presentation and particularly for highlighting kind of the other side of things, because in prior deputations, we've heard primarily from individuals who have concerns with Airbnbs near them. So this gives us a bit more of a balance, and I appreciate that. It is, I know you and I met, and that's a couple of years plus ago when we did talk about involving Airbnb in this process, and you're right, that has not happened. And I do think it should. Various staff members involved in that over the years are no longer with us. So could I ask you to again provide your contacts at Airbnb that could be valuable to this process?
Absolutely.
And Alex, I'll put you on the hot seat for that. If Chris could share those with you, because I think, you know, they should be part of this conversation in how we go forward and develop this bylaw. So.
I can absolutely do that. I apologize for my passion up here, but I just needed to share that with you. Thank you very much.
Don't go, Ray.
Sorry.
Councillor Urick.
I never get questions.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Chris. Talking here or talking on the street doesn't matter. I have spoken to Airbnb. I did contact your contact, and thank you for that. Good conversation. To your point, there are 80% of people that go through Airbnb Verbo. There are also 59 other platforms. So it's not just Airbnb that can regulate this on the top. I'm not demeaning at all anything what you're saying. But we do have a responsibility to the people who are subject to problems as well. You kind of said that it doesn't preclude other priorities. Yeah, we totally get that. And we're not, you don't ignore drugs and all the other things that are going on. They're also trying to be dealt with. So it's not like we're trying to pick on it.
And that wasn't what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So I totally get it. So yeah, I'm just public perception out there is that we seem to have a real desire to, for some reason, do this. And it is just another one of the many things we're trying to deal with, and fairly as much as possible, because I, as you know, am championing STRs in being in our municipality because we need them for economic development. You did say one thing in there that you said that bylaw was writing this, and I thought we had economic development working on this more than we did even bylaw, actually, in terms of crafting policy. So I just wanted to correct that.
I apologize if I was wrong with that. Yeah.
Because our bylaw department is really, and we've been trying to enact an economic development so that we're looking at this as fairly as possible, because they understand that it is a financial and economic component that we need as well, but we also do need to look after the concerns that do exist for the ones that are having problems.
I think what I'm asking council to do before proceeding any further is use the tools that you have at hand to help these people that are having problems with their neighbors and verify that there are actual problems happening, because up to this point, it's statistics. That's all we're looking at. There were no action taken against anyone according, as far as bylaw goes, as far as I know, but I could be mistaken.
I'm going to call the next
Thank you.
Speaker, Nick Rolfe.
Thank you, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor and Councillors, for letting me talk to you today and for your continued work on STR regulations. My wife and I are STA owners in this municipality. We visit our cottage around once per month with our 2 young kids who love to play in the water, who love to feed the bunnies, who love to play on the swings. We spend a couple of weeks here during the summers and other holidays with our extended families and friends as well. We spent many summers in the past trying to find a suitable cottage to rent in Ontario that was big enough for our extended family, and it is just a really, really hard thing to do. I wonder how many of you have visited an Airbnb or an STA with your families. We're lucky enough to have been able to buy our cottage, and we're able to offer it back to families to also be able to enjoy it for a true Canadian summer or for some winter skiing. We are not absent landlords, as has previously been presented to you in other deputations. I've just spent this past weekend here with 6 of my friends. We had coffee from Savvy, which is a great new place downtown if you haven't already been. We got pizza from Amici's, and we went to the Dam Pub as well for dinner on Saturday night, and we bought groceries and other items in the stores. Many of the guests we have that stay with us comment on our guidebook, and they visit the restaurants and shops in town. Again, this notion that every guest visiting an STA shows up with all their groceries and never spends a penny in the town is just simply not true. Last year, we reached out to over 100 businesses. You may remember myself and my wife who presented last year. We reached out to over 100 businesses last year as part of a preparation for that deputation. And the vast, vast majority were strongly in favor of STAs in the terms of the numbers of tourists that are able to stay in the municipality as they rely on that foot traffic for the sustainability of their businesses. We, like most other STAs, also work with many local contractors to help with the maintenance of our cottage. We have snow clearing, we have gardeners, we have cleaners, we have tradespeople, as well as other contractors who support us. We spend tens of thousands of dollars every year with those contractors. And many of these companies exist in the community or continue to exist and expand in the community because of STAs as well. Now, we're very open to practical and pragmatic regulation of STAs. A model similar to Georgian Bluffs, it could be a great model for Meaford as a similar rural, and I'll emphasize rural, municipality. To minimize the risk of issues with STAs, there are some basic steps that owners can take that we found really successful. I know Chris and others have also done similar as well. Requiring STA owners to put in place stringent checks on potential guests up front, understanding the purpose of the visit, who will be coming, the parking limits and spaces available, and making sure that guidelines are articulated in relation to the noise bylaws and that fact that absolutely no parties are permitted. Requiring STA owners to put in place noise volume monitors to ensure they are alerted if certain noise levels are exceeded. Requiring STA owners to comply with respective fire and building codes, which cover occupancy levels already and fire safety requirements. Requiring STA owners to have a local representative available within a reasonable time frame if they don't live locally themselves. And then the ability for other residents to report concerns or infractions where they occur and for the municipality to have staff on hand to respond to them in a fair and impartial manner. We and most other STAs owners have proven that they can be run responsibly with these things in place. I'll appeal to you all today not to prevent larger families and friends gathering in this municipality and enjoying family summers here. It's a wonderful place to spend time, for kids to grow, to enjoy the parks and water, and for memories to be made as well. Thank you all for your time today.
Thank you. The third speaker is Daniela Kulenovic.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. And thank you for giving me opportunities to speak today. My name is Daniela Kulenovic, and I'm proud owner of the short-term rental property in our community. I understand that this city is considering new regulations in the short-term rentals, and I want to share why it's crucial to strike a balanced approach that supports property owners, enhances our local economy, and preserves our community and vibrancy. First, let's consider the significant economic benefits short-term rentals bringing to our city. STR's guests actively contribute to local economy, spending money at restaurants, shops, and attractions. This constant influx of new customers bolsters small businesses that depends on tourism. Unlike, I must say this, long-term tenants who may spend more conservatively within their established routines, and short-term rental guests drive demand for services and expenses, directly supporting jobs and local commerce. I also, I wanted to compare short-term rentals versus long-term rentals, just a very short closer look. It's also worth comparing those two. While some STRs reduce housing availability, many STRs properties would be viable for long-term leases due to location, size, or homeowner needs. For example, STRs owners often use their properties flexibly by renting them part-time and using them for personal needs, like myself, such as hosting family and friends. Moreover, long-term rentals are far less regulated than STRs. Long-term landlords typically have minimal oversight of their tenant activities. Homeowners renting their property long-term might not know of possible illegal activities, unsafe conditions, or neighborhood disturbance are occurring. Studies have consistently shown that crimes such as drug activity, domestic disputes, and property damage are statistically higher in long-term rental properties compared to short-term rentals. In contrast, STRs are highly regulated and closely monitored. Many platforms require background checks, enforce strict guest reviews, and ensure hosts maintain high standards to their properties. STR owners have a vested interest in maintaining a good reputation, which leads to better property management and respectful guest behavior. Community revitalization, STRs also contribute to the revitalization of neighborhoods. Many owners invest significantly in improving their properties to attract guests, leading to better maintained homes or higher property values. This benefits the entire community by enhancing the aesthetic appeal or neighborhoods and fostering a sense of pride in ownership. Additionally, STRs provide homeowners with financial flexibility. For many STRs, income helps cover mortgages, property tax, and maintenance, empowering residents to stay in their homes and remain part of our community during tough financial times. The risk of over-regulating. While I understand the need for reasonable guidelines, overly restrictive STR policies could lead to unintended consequences, imposing excessive fees, limiting rental days, or creating unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles, would also discourage responsible operators while doing little to curb bad actors. Such measures, unfortunately, might also drive STRs underground, making them hard to regulate and creating more problems than they solve. In contrast, long-term rentals face minimal restrictions, even though they pose different challenges. This discrepancy in regulation is something we should consider when discussing the fairness of proposed STR rules. To conclude, I urge the council to carefully consider the broader impact of regulating STRs. Short-term rentals are not only vital to our local economy, but also offer significant advantage over long-term rentals in terms of oversight, neighborhood impact, and economic contribution. By implementing balanced policies, ones that address valid concern without stifling a beneficial industry, we can create a framework that supports our lovely Meaford town and all stakeholders. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let's work together to ensure STR remains a positive force in our communities.
Thank you very much, Daniela.
If you have any questions, I'm pleased to answer.
I see none at this point, but thank you.
You're welcome.
We've got one more speaker to this subject, and Paula Harvey is with us virtually. Can you hear me,
Sorry,
Paula?
Mr. Mayor, we have two more on the subject. We have a Marissa and then Paula.
Oh, I beg your pardon. You know, Marissa is right with us here. Were you planning to speak, Marissa, or not? If you are, then go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Just bring that microphone down a little closer for you.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and councillors. Hello, I'm Marissa Dolitalis, significant other to Chris Sherry, a Meaford resident for 10 years. I just landed in Toronto. I have to give you a heads up from Antarctica, and I've been away for 3 weeks, so I might be stuttering and struggling for words because I haven't slept. But I came here as I'd like to add my voice in support of SDAs. And yes, we run one in our home without any complaints. It's an opportunity for us to generate supplemental income, and our guests support the local businesses via dollars spent in town to eat, play, and shop. Both Chris and I are responsible residents who respect our neighbors, care about the safety and well-being of our residents in the community, and have been active in the community since the day we moved here in 2014. For example, I joined the transition committee with the goal of making Meaford a healthier and more self-reliant community. I dug plots and circle gardens for the community gardens, was chair of Friends of Memorial Park, and organized the spring cleanups for the past 6 years. Was elected as chair of the Parks Advisory Committee, which we were instrumental in revising the Memorial Park Master Plan, saved the off-leash dog beach at Memorial Park, and launched the Mass for Meaford program soon after COVID and raised over $8,000 for the Meaford Hospital Foundation. About SDAs, and some key thoughts come to mind. From what I've read briefly, complaints offer an opportunity to improve, yes, but have these complaints been confirmed to prove an infraction? Do we have a means to assess these complaints, and do we have an action plan to address and follow up on specific complaints? Does creating regulation address more than the complaints? And if so, is there a way we can roll it out as we understand it better over time? And just in summary, the SDA platforms already offer a means to monitor and record concerns regarding safety and disturbances. Let's start there. We can collect data, analyze it, and categorize it, and act accordingly. A tiered level of incident reports and infractions can lead to appropriate and more suitable penalties, for example. Creating costly and heavy regulation before fully understanding the cause and source of these complaints from a handful of residents seem a little excessive and is an inefficient use of our limited resources. Also, this reminds me of why we created the Parks Advisory Committee, and this could be a great opportunity to bring a lot of people from who are invested in a successful program. So this committee can include council members, ACDEV, SDA operators, local businesses, neighbors, and even our platforms. And together we can gather input, insight, and expertise from all interested parties to benefit and create a win-win scenario for everyone. And I also just wanted to add, based on the presentation today from the active inspector Marla Barfoot, I thought it was interesting to note that our year-to-date on drugs, for example, has 5% this year already. That's from 27 from 20. And also there, a little side note about in Georgian Bluffs, only 10 complaints from 2020 to 23. And I quote, not statistically significant, and no bylaw was charged. So as a final thought, I believe we can come to a mutually rewarding solution that addresses the complaints, which is the main trigger for this review of short-term accommodations. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
In the absence of Mayor Cantor, I'm going to assume privilege and ask you a question, if I may, Marissa, and thank you for being here. Good to see you. Just a suggestion, because I'm familiar with AMP and how that committee operated and how successful it was in bringing recommendations back to council. And it really was a resident-driven committee. So just a suggestion, if you and Chris were willing to go forth and create such a committee and invite members of council as you suggested to us, I'd be happy to attend. I think the need, though, to do that is a little bit urgent because we are looking to get something in place, hopefully before the May 24th weekend. So just a thought, if you had the time and were interested in pulling some people together, you know, please invite different members of us to attend those meetings, and let's have that contribution into this process.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa.
All right, thank you.
And now Paula Harvey, who is coming to us via telephone line, I guess. Can you hear me, Paula?
I can. Many thanks. And everyone can hear me, I hope.
Yes, that's good right there.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor and councillors. My name is Paula Harvey. I have a property in Meaford at 27 Boucher Road West, and I'm a proud SDA owner and operator. My family have been active SDA hosts for the last 6 years, and this stems from decades of family shared time in the area with our 4 children, extended family, and the relationships that we've developed in Meaford and surrounding areas. And as such, we're strongly invested to share such incredible life experiences with others, and that's through our home. We strongly scrutinize our guests, align with all best practices to optimize and meet safety regulations for guests and our community, with strong focus on local tourism development, naturally. We have primarily catered to family groups, often those traveling with pets. We often host special occasions, spillover accommodations for family and friends in town for weddings, first meets between to-be in-laws when a young couple had met during COVID and their families from Canada and US gathered for the first time on our property. We've also hosted international guests, including families from Mexico, Germany, England, and Norway. Our STA has also hosted employment teams, specifically trades, contracted to support meaningful local projects, including the Georgian Bay Community School, also known as our Super School, and the balcony refurbishment last year on 34 Bayfield Street. Like most other STAs, our success is only possible and greatly complemented by strong local businesses whom we formally contract for property maintenance. Nick went through this, the laundry list of cleaning, lawn maintenance, trades, snow removal. In addition to those who we have informally supported and met with, such as local shops, restaurants, and local touring adventure companies. Now, all that said, we have 2 additional STAs in the Grey Highlands, and in 2019, 5 years ago, the Grey Highlands transitioned to an STA licensing model. And at that time, I had the privilege to contribute as a voted member on their short-term accommodation task force. This workforce has formalized terms of reference with a purpose of reporting to the Director of Economic Development. And at that time, we provided advice, input to staff on the proposed short-term accommodation licensing model. This opportunity enabled a balanced approach to collectively review the licensing ideals and to identify our formalized recommendations to the proposed licensing. The task force included 2 members from Grey Highlands Council, 7 volunteer members who were appointed by council, and that included STA owners as well as those without STAs and local businesses. At the first meeting, we had a chair and a vice chair who were tasked, and it was only those members appointed by council who are eligible to vote on any issue within this group. We met on only 2 formal occasions. We worked through mutual concerns specific to setting strategies to resolve some of the root of complaints, namely noise, waste management, perception, and notions of security risk. And we openly and objectively reviewed all considerations from multiple angles to integrate all positions and perspectives. It's clear that many of Meaford's neighboring communities have implemented STA licensing, as aforementioned, Grey Highlands, Blue Mountains, Georgian Bluffs. It's also clear that there's an active thrust to move forward in a similar direction swiftly. As much as it's great that we can piggyback and follow another licensing model framework, no one community is exactly alike, so we will require customization to best meet Meaford's unique opportunity position. For instance, if we were to go and move forward with Georgian Bluffs license model framework, that suits well as a starting point, but it would only be prudent that this license be formally and regularly reviewed, monitored, enabling modification and improvements specific to our community. As mentioned earlier, the Meaford Short-Term Accommodation Task Force, represented by a unique variety of community stakeholders, can support with ensuring that achievable goals are reached. To date, I have not heard of any such opportunity to bring together a dynamic group and would ask that this opportunity be prioritized as a next step. Another possible remedy could be to implement a Meaford Visitor Code of Conduct. Perhaps linking it to Meaford's strategic plans, focusing on considerate communities, healthy lifestyle, respected environment, strong governance, and vibrant economy. We can publicly take pride in hosting and accommodating visitors in Meaford by establishing a code of conduct for the purpose of optimizing stay experiences, supporting our continuous and conscious effort to share and celebrate our local naturalized environment, and put safety in the forefront. Some examples of a quick list of the code of conduct could include occupancy limits, expectation for guests that there will be established parking limits unique to each accommodation and public area, strong focus on conserving energy, minimizing waste consumption, and actively participating in waste diversion programs, including sorting our waste and supporting our Leave No Trace initiative in our naturalized environments. We need to be considerate of noise. So yes, reinforce the noise bylaw. I believe that fireworks should not be permitted by guests visiting Meaford. I think that's just, that doesn't make much sense. That said, I've offered 2 possible solutions that can be put into action almost immediately. Number 1, a code of conduct that can be integrated into the current municipality of Meaford website, welcoming guests and visitors to this amazing tourist attraction location. And secondly, by putting together a task force where all of those who are the most invested stakeholders can meet together and put together plans that will optimize and reduce a reactionary position. Let's be proactive. Thank you for your time and consideration in ensuring that a collaborative and proactive approach is arranged for all stakeholders in this licensing model for STAs in Meaford. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Are there any questions for her? I see none. I just want to thank every one of the 5 presenters. This is on our agenda today, and I hope that we can make some progress. Public questions. We have 3 presenters with 2 minutes each to speak, and I believe all 3 are related to the Centerville Road issue. And I'm going to call Marnie Wraith to the podium first.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. I have a question for you, Mayor Kentner, regarding this issue and the CAO's involvement, covering 3 main events. The municipality pulling off the beach, a land claim that was not disclosed, and misinformation in the town's communications. In September, the CAO authorized staff to remove garbage cans, the picnic table, and had staff put up a sign saying this is not a public beach. The CAO did these actions without informing council. The CAO also failed to communicate to the public any reasoning about putting up the sign.
Secondly, the CAO, in her media release of November 4th, stated that the current understanding of the municipality is that a claim on the land exists from 2020 by a private individual. However, since 2020, neither did the CAO, Kim Buckham, or the past CAO, Rob Armstrong, inform council that there was a land claim for lot 38 Centerville Beach. Without this information, council was unaware that they could acquire Centerville Beach and keep it as a public asset. Finally, the CAO provided incorrect information in 2 media releases on November 1st and 4th. In these media releases, she refers to Centerville Beach as a privately owned lot. She admitted in the November 2nd community meeting that this was incorrect and she would modify the press release. However, she did not modify the press release or retract it. The press releases went to the Meaford Independent and were published 2 weeks in a row, and the information and the press releases stand on your website. This dereliction of duty is the basis for my complaint that I submitted to the municipality on November 7th. Mayor Kentner, to your knowledge, do you agree with these facts and that they are true?
I'm going to reach out to you in the next 24 hours, and I hope I can provide an answer at that time. I just think it's I'm under no obligation to answer any questions that are asked today, and I think it's best that I be sure of my facts, because I did speak to this in the past and found out that I was wrong.
Okay.
I was using the best information that I had, but it was wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Pete Van Drunen.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, Deputy Mayor, Councilors, Municipal Staff. Peter Van Drunen, I live on Centerville Road. I presented at the October 21st Council meeting. And my question is to you, Mayor. At the end of my brief background, I'll explain the question. After the 21st meeting, we've had a lot of communication and dialogue within the community, and we had hoped that the impact of privatizing Centerville Beach would be better understood. However, there is so much misinformation out in the community. We hear about it every day. We've worked with the local community to provide accurate and transparent information, and we've been censored by the Chamber of Commerce, in fact. In this effort, we have collected well over 200, going on 250 signatures for a petition. That's an online and door-to-door petition. And it's very clear to us that this privatization of the Centerville Beach has a major impact to the local community. We have requested information at least 3 times related to a claim that we understand was filed with the municipality in 2020. And it's this claim, we understand, that drove the actions of the CAO and municipality staff relative to Center Beach that Marnie just mentioned a few moments ago. The request that we made it on October 30th in a letter. We've applied for this information through the Freedom of Information Act. That was in early November, so the clock is ticking there. And last week in our meeting with you, Mayor, we asked the same question. So my question to you, Mayor, is when will you release this claim for public review?
Again, I'll reach out to you. I'm hoping within 24 hours and give you more information. It's been a very busy time, and I clearly haven't had the opportunity to focus on the questions you've already asked me, but I want to be sure I'm right. So
thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
And Al Marin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Deputy Mayor, councilors and staff. My name's Al Marin and I'm a resident on Centerville Road. Like many, I chose to live in this neighborhood in Meaford in part because of the beach at the end of Centerville Road. Also, like many, I'm extremely confused, upset, and distressed by the potential closure of the beach to the public after many decades of public use, during which it was consistently represented as a public beach owned by the municipality. This has all been exacerbated by the fact that there's not really been anything resembling a satisfactory explanation or rationale from the municipality as to the situation. Given the lack of clear communication, we've been left largely to guess at what the actual factual underpinnings of the situation might be. November 5th, the last update to the press release, considering this issue was released, that media release includes a heavily edited and redacted excerpts from a conclusion from Barriston Law in July 2020. There's a public concern now in the community that the authors of this report, the Barriston Law report, did not actually write that report in connection with the Centerville Beach issue that it's purported to represent. And we think that the totality of that report from Barriston Law ought to be released to the public, or at least the portions relied upon in the press release, because the conclusions expressed do not seem to be connected to the actual Centerville Beach issue. Getting to my question, though, the media release goes on to state that looking forward, staff are working to seek legal advice on the following: opinions, timeline, and cost as to the use of the road allowance as a public space. Opinions, timeline, cost, and probability of success for the municipality to purchase the land, and insurance coverage on property that is not owned by the municipality. So my question is, will council commit to notifying the interested public as to the results of this legal advice being sought? And when can we expect an update in this regard? Thank you for your consideration of this issue.
I think I can answer that to the extent that we will provide an answer. However, it will take time in as much as I'm picking up from where it was left off, and I just don't know the answer.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank everyone for being with us today. Believe it or not, we all enjoy hearing from our public and hearing your concerns. And it's a much better municipality because you come and tell us what's on your mind and give us an opportunity to respond. Council inquiries. Do we have council inquiries today? Deputy Mayor, I'll start with you, and then Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner, and I do have one. I'm glad you're with us today, Jeff. May I ask you, and we have discussed this concern before at this table, but thinking of the time of year that we're heading into, that patch on the 7th line, is there anything we can do with that before winter, or is it in a plan at all for next year to address, or what's the situation with that bad patch?
Thanks. Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Yes, the work plan was for this year to be completed, but just with some of the resourcing shortfalls this season, we weren't able to do it. Going forward, yes, we are looking into trying to fit it in under our operating projects for next year. For the wintertime, we'll keep putting granular resurfacing down and maybe some hard service to get it through the winter.
Are there inquiries? I'm sorry, Councillor Greenfield, yes.
Thanks, Your Worship, through you to either Mr. Freeze or maybe Mr. Joby. I've had some neighbors, particularly down in the Bridge Street, Fuller Street area, concerned about the Skyline /SkyDev project, which seems to have been at a bit of a standstill for the last maybe at least 3 weeks, and they're just curious as to if some difficulty has arose there, and I wondered if staff members could could advise that I'm sure there are reasons for this slowdown of the activity, but again, the neighbors are curious. Can you help me out with the development down there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I can't speak directly to what's happened in the last 3 weeks. I can only speak in really general terms. I can say that they have their conditional site plan approval that was done earlier this fall. And that last week, staff and our engineering firm met just outside the site to look at the roads and that. I do know from conversations with the contractor this summer that the pile of earth was going back because they had ran out of the funds that they had allotted for this year's budget. So I think they're trying to determine next year's budget to remove the rest of that contaminated soil off the site. As with any project of this size, there's going to be a bit of a yin and yang. They don't have a building permit, so they're trying to still remediate the site. And I think they just got to a point where they don't want to excavate anymore because it's going to get close to where their footings are going to be. And they don't want to disturb the soil for where the future footings are, because then that will add cost when they have to compact the material or get the foot material ready for a future footing at a later date. So I'm not surprised that it's at the stage where it is, but the project is moving along. They've been in contact with us fairly regularly, and I suspect that this project will still continue to move forward. Thank you, sir.
I think you've got a supplementary maybe there.
No, just a brief follow-up. Thanks, Mr. Joby. So for a project of this size, and it's a major project for our municipality, would you say this is fairly usual or unusual, or can you comment on that?
This is extremely typical. This is, my project experience with, say Waterloo or Guelph. This is the norm. These projects get to a point and then everything has to catch up and then they move forward again. And I suspect that once they get actually into the building stage of things, then we would expect that we'd have constant construction and we wouldn't have this kind of yin and yang. But I think they wanted to get the site remediated and get it into a position where they can get a letter from the, and be able to deal with their environmental assessment documents.
Other questions, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And just in relation to the SkyDev project, may I ask you, Acting Director Toby, about the pickleball courts? We've heard from residents in the neighborhood that they are quite opposed to pickleball courts being part of the design of SkyDev. I just wondered if there's anything you can share in relation to conversations with SkyDev about that, if they've given any consideration to moving them or taking it down to one court or anything of that nature to work with the residents.
So I think we haven't got to that point yet, but my belief is that we're going to have this conversation with them in the near future about maybe changing some of the materials of the pickleball courts so that if there's an opportunity to reduce the noise and have the less of an influence. It's in their site plan. It's really difficult for us to change that at this point because of where we are in the process. But that doesn't mean we can't have a conversation with them and see if there's other opportunities to kind of get to a better place. And that's something that we as staff are going to do in the near future.
Any other questions? If not, we can move on to our consent agenda. And items on this list have been before Committee of the Whole for discussion. Council can choose to pass these items and or bylaws with one motion, but a member may also request an item or items be pulled for a separate consideration. So can I have your pleasure on these two items? Deputy Mayor?
Let's pull A, please.
Oh, A, okay. So the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to create a return on investment cost analysis for a short-term accommodation licensing registry and bylaw for the Municipality of Meaford. The required components of the licensing program include software purchases, process mapping, service level adoption, new staffing allocation and fire prevention, building inspections, business licensing, bylaw enforcement, create a short-term accommodation licensing committee, and all other necessary to launch the program. Need a mover or a seconder to put that on the table. Councillor Urick and Deputy Mayor. And discussion. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously a passionate topic for many. And I'm, unfortunately, the author of the document isn't here. And that makes it more difficult because at the last meeting, first off, I have disappointment because we did make a number of questions, both during the last meeting as well as at the budget meeting, specifically about this document. It hasn't changed from.
No, and I need to just, I fell under this trap as a junior.
Yeah.
And so let me tell you, this is all, it has to come back in the form it left us. So, but we've got a clean sheet. We can revise
Okay.
this as we wish, and that's okay.
Good, because what what Ms. Harvey had pointed out in there, I agree with the deputy mayor. There's a couple of things we can do. We can look at a task force. We can look at a committee that's kind of doing this. Want to go on the record of saying that I'm an STA user. I'm totally in support of STAs. But I specifically asked, what about, what is London? So this report had 8 or 9 different municipalities looked at for comparators. My concern was London had a different solution, and it was already pointed out by a couple of people that Meaford could and probably will have its own unique solution for a unique issue. And I would like to see, has anyone contacted London regarding their rollout of the inspection schedule, the cost of their program, or why principal residences only? Because their model, and I'm still very intrigued why they're using a model that actually doesn't include massive inspections initially. They're talking about that being a very long rollout scenario and putting the onus on the owners to sign a document saying that they're recognizing and obeying all municipal, provincial, and federal guidelines, so that the onus is automatically put upon them. And if they, and again, we're only trying to get the bad actors here. So if people are not doing what they're supposed to do, then there's automatic culpability. So I don't understand why we're not looking at that model and to see if we can have comparators. If I have to phone them myself, I will, but I want to find out the answers as to why they're doing it the way they are. And is that something that's adaptable to us? Because I do not want this to be onerous on the taxpayer nor the SDA owners themselves. I think there's a balance that can be struck between the two.
Thank you. Other contributors, Councillor Bell?
So, Mayor, you call the vote on this one. I'm going to vote no. This is absolutely not the direction that this councillor wants to proceed in any way, shape, or form. I've had folks come and talk to me who run short-term accommodations, and I have said to them, I didn't even know that you did that. So they're doing it quietly and nicely, and they're going about doing their thing, and their neighbors don't complain. This has always been about, well, I'll use the example. Somebody sent me an email and I answered them this. They might even be in the room. I said, when I coached soccer for many years, by the time I was done, I couldn't bring water. I couldn't bring oranges. I couldn't pat them on the back when they came off the field. I had to have a police check done on myself. And that's because someone did something very bad to a young person and caused great grief probably for the rest of their life. So someone bad did something bad that made all those that behaved themselves well. We still did things well. And there are those that do a short-term accommodation who do it well. And I recognize that. And I recognize the comments that we've had today. Folks that have, their family even come. I'm kind of confused whether you'd be charging your family to stay at your cottage, but they had their family come and their friends and so on. And it just is, to use an old expression, it is what it is.
To the point that my fellow councillor Jurg talked about, I was also approached by someone who said that we should have a very hard, very serious look at the City of London, what they put in place. And again, it was shifting some of that true responsibility quite clearly and very much defined onto those who do this. And they will continue to do it. If they're running it okie dokie, they're going to continue to do that. We just need to find out when the impact to a neighbor is so negative that even though the police officer said today, and the assistant came forward and said, it's not statistically significant. Okay, talk to someone next door that it is significantly impactful. That's the sorrow of what this can do. So when you call a vote on this, let's be had here, I'm just going to vote no. That I don't want to move forward on this at all in the way that it's written. Going to turn it down. And I think that the future still lies bright for us, coming up with something that everybody could say, yeah, that sounds good. And just move us forward in a good, positive way. Thanks.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I hear the public about STRs. I use them. I use them when I went out of town. I got no issue with them. But I can't ignore, I don't care if it's 1 complaint, 10 complaints, 100 complaints. There's complaints and there's some serious issues. How do we stop it? We have to have some sort of regulation. Does staff even have somebody that can look after this at this present time? So this can usually fall into the bylaw preview. Normally this is where this kind of resides. I'm not the CAO nor, but I'm happy to take on this to move it to a point where we can kind of get some resolution, but it's going to take time because I'm starting at point 0 and I really want this to be successful if I do it. And you have to give me the room to breathe to do that. So I'm happy to take this on, but it's
Go ahead, Sarah.
Through the chair. Thanks, Bart. That's amazing. But just in regards to the question around if we have somebody, we do have folks in our Act Dev department that are familiar with where this is at and had input into the document being put together. So I think maybe we can take that away and just kind of delineate how we can revise the document, but we will continue to keep it moving forward.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And that's exactly what I wanted to hear, was that things were going forward. And I think in light of what we've heard today, just making sure that we've got a balanced approach, but that does have provisions in it to deal with, as we continue to call them, the bad actors, and make sure that the individuals who have come to us with very real concerns, that we do something to assist them while hopefully not hurting too severely those who operate their STAs in a very professional and respectable manner. So I think finding that balance is important. My question is the short-term accommodation licensing committee. I don't think we've ever really talked about what that looks like. Is that's different, I'm assuming, than the task force that we heard talked about by ST owners here today. That will be a different type of group who will talk about what types of regulations might be beneficial. So this, can you just share with me what you see this licensing committee really addressing?
I think to get us to a point of just understanding where we're at and to answer your questions fully, I think I need to take that away and we need to just take a look at that to be able to give a true educated answer back to council on what that's going to look like. So I'm just asking for some time for us to become more familiar with that piece of it. And then we can report back at next council.
Councillor Greenfield is next, and then Councillor Forder and Councillor Bartley.
Yeah, thanks, your worship. And first of all, I want to thank everybody who in the last several months have contributed with their comments. I think the vast majority of the comments we've heard, whether they've been in this room or email or in the street, are supportive of STAs. They are something that are needed, and I think overall they do provide benefits for our municipality. I still think we need rules and regulations for all, but once they are in place, I think the vast majority will abide and operate wisely for the benefit of their neighbors and the municipality in general. The task force idea, I wish we had maybe got into that several months ago. It would have been very valuable. I don't know if it's too late to set something like that up. You could say we've been working on this for 2 years and we're still working at it. And one opinion could be, well, what's another 2 or 3 months going to hurt? Or on the other hand, you can ask, hey, it's time. But my bottom line is I don't want whatever comes forward to cost our taxpayers money out of their pocket. This has to be set up so that it's going to be cost recovery. If the necessary rules and regulations demand fees, then I think we have to do that. I do not want this to be an added cost to our taxpayers. Heaven knows, as our budget has indicated the last few weeks, they have enough on their plate.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And on to Councillor Bartley, or sorry, Councillor Greenfield's comments about the cost recovery model. When this document is revised, it's really important for us to have a better idea of how much this program is actually going to cost. You know, the initial number of $525,000, $388,000 of that is salaries and benefits. And through budget discussion, we learned that that number could be maybe half of what it was originally listed as sort of a placeholder. So I don't think this council can really move forward with evaluating a cost recovery model until we have more reliable figures. And if it is a cost recovery model, we need those fees to be fair to the STA owners. We can't be pricing the STA fees so high that it's a complete and utter deterrent for the good STA business owners in this municipality. So I know everybody at the table appreciates that. So when this report does come back to council, I would think it'd be very beneficial to have a more detailed breakdown with regards to the cost for the cost recovery model. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And going forward, I've got emails saying, well, it can't be a profit center for Meaford. No intentions of having a profit center for Meaford, just a cost recovery. We need the proper costs. I think we should defer this at this time. I don't want to defer it. We've deferred it for 2 years, but it takes time to put it together. And with what's happening presently with staffing in the municipality, I think we have to come up with another plan. Georgian Bluffs is on here. Grey Highlands is on here. I'll bet you, I'll give you 10 to 1 odds. They're not going to spend this kind of money on this program. So there has to be a different way. It was brought to us by a resident today that there is different ways and make it with some teeth. So I think we should defer this for today until we get more information and we get working on it on a different angle. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. So I just want to come back to you, if I may, Sarah, where you talked about, having a look at this and coming back in 2 weeks with a bit of a plan. So I guess my question is really for Alex. If we approve this today and allow it to go forward and allow staff to work on a bylaw and come back to us in 2 weeks with more information, can we approve this today and allow that to happen, or do we need to defer it today to allow more information to be considered by staff to come back to us then to pass this? Because we're not going to go forward with this quite as it's prescribed here in this particular report. So what is our best course of action, to approve this and allow staff to work on it, or to defer it? And that would still allow staff to work on it. But I just want to make sure that if we approve it today, that that doesn't hinder the process that Sarah is referring to.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, thank you, through you. Just from what I'm hearing from all the counselors, I would recommend approving. The motion itself doesn't talk about any specific costs, which sounds like some concerns around the table. If we defer, that means staff doesn't do anything because we've deferred. So I would recommend approving. And again, Mr. Mayor, it might help if you reread the motion, because I think a lot of the concerns around the table, if you read the actual motion, it's not driving you into a specific cost. It leaves it kind of open for staff to bring back another report.
May I just ask, would an alternative solution be to amend the motion?
Yes, of course.
I would rather that we amend the motion and
Yep.
get rid of the things that we take offense at, and look at giving staff some direction through that motion, which would speed up the whole process, I hope.
Yep. So even Mr. Mayor, if you wanted to reread the motion, just
I
so
will.
everyone knows what's on the table right now, and then we'll need someone to move an amendment. And if we could just be specific as to what exactly that would be very helpful.
Okay, so the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to create a return on investment cost analysis for a short-term accommodation licensing registry and bylaw for the Municipality of Meaford. The required components of the licensing program include software purchases, process mapping, service level adoption, new staffing allocation in fire prevention, building inspections, business licensing, bylaw enforcement. That's all at one. And then creation of a short-term accommodation licensing committee and all other necessary to launch the program. And I'm not sure, did I get business inspections and business licensing in there? I think I didn't. So there's a lot. Okay. So Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And to my way of thinking, well, first of all, in here, it speaks to staffing allocation and fire prevention. Well, we already said no to that in our electives. So that's a problem that we may have to reconsider. So I think there are so many options here laid out. I'd really prefer to leave it as it is and allow staff the opportunity to explore everything presented here in the motion and to provide us their best recommendations, because it's pretty difficult. I mean, we know we don't like the cost that is allocated in here, but I believe strongly that staff will adjust that accordingly as they work through this. But if we pull any of these things out, I'm not sure that we'll get to where we need to be. I think it's important that staff consider everything as they prepare a new report to bring back to us. So that's just my opinion. I prefer to adopt it as it is.
Councillor Yurick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good point, Deputy Mayor. I almost would have stopped after the period after Meaford, but your point is apt, and I would say that the only thing I would say that the problem is the required components defines them as being the required components. I'd say the potential required components of the licensing are. That way, we need to look at all those things and determine whether they're necessary. So just putting the word the potential required components gives them the scope to look at and then come back with a reasonable response.
Other comments? Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that member of senior staff said to us a number of years ago is, why waste staff's time? And I think that point should be considered. So staff have investigated this, and staff came and gave us a report, and we had all these numbers put before us, and quite a few members of staff had spent some time on this. And so we send this back to them again. They are going to be working, because we've asked them to go to work and do this. They're going to be looking into such things as whether or not we're going to be buying a software program to do this. And they're going to spend time to come back and tell us that they need to have a software program to do this. And they're going to give us the costs on that. Then they're going to come and they're going to investigate whether or not we have to have an inspector or another person hired in the fire department, whether we need to go ahead and do that and have somebody else. They're going to spend more and more time on this. I think that what we should do is simply start almost fresh again with what this council actually believes in. I don't need to hear about how we're going to have building inspections done on these properties, because I don't think anyone around this horseshoe wants us to spend time considering doing that. Do we? Do we really want somebody going into their houses? And I don't think that we do. I think we need to have a bylaw that simply says what we have been talking about in the city of London, how their lawyers looked at how doing something, and their lawyers spent their money to come up and say, it's all legal what we're doing. It's done. So all of these things that we're asking staff to do, again, they're working away at something that this says today, if we do it, they are going to be, by our direction, compelled to look into it, and they will. I'm saying don't waste their time. And I don't think I'm really off the mark on that, fellow councillors. I think that we are looking at something fresh. And if it does come back because this has started, then we're going to have this conversation all over again about whether or not we need to even have another vehicle for somebody to run around in. And I don't think that that's what we're after. And we know that the costs are going to rise, because if we direct staff to do this, even the building inspector, your department, is going to be asked to look into doing this. And right now, with everything that I know, this much you got on your plate, you actually don't need that. And I'm just saying, I recognize that. So please, I think that we need to look at this. We need to have a bylaw. And when our bylaw officer was here, she said very clearly to those that are talking about bylaw should do this and bylaw should do that and bylaw should do that. She said, she's not a police officer. She's not there to keep the peace. And that's the OPP. So we have got a dynamics here that we're working at. And I think that all of us around the horseshoe here, we have a pretty clear idea what that really should roll out like. This, the way it's written, we are compelling staff to go back and roll up their sleeves on each individual comment that's on here. And that's why I said in my opening remarks, the way this is constructed today, I'm just going to vote no. Not move this thing forward the way this is written. But we can definitely ask staff to come back with a brand new, fresh approach to what this council really feels like. And if that means that this council has to have a special meeting on our special priorities of short-term accommodation, then we should do that and make this thing to the public open and get at it and get it done, because it has been over 2 years. And this does not reflect what this council wishes to do. And please, fellow councillors, I've been very pointed with you all. Please talk to me. I need to hear your minds and your hearts on this. And if I've said everything that you agree with, then somebody, and I can quit thinking, form the motion that I can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, through you. I wonder if it would be beneficial to amend the motion to just read direct staff to create a return on investment cost analysis for a short-term accommodation licensing registry and bylaw for the municipality of Meaford, period. Because that keeps it open, but might make it a little bit more simple. Just gonna put that out there.
Let's go around the horseshoe here. Start with you, Rob.
Yeah, that's what I said originally. My first inclination was to stop at the period after Meaford and kind of let the rest lie. To your point, Tony, I think staff in coming up with this plan had already looking at all those things. And we weren't happy because with them because it had a $500,000 ticket on it. So to your point, my guess is they've already looked at it. They've at least considered many of these things. And I personally am throwing it back and saying, no, that's too high a ticket price for all that. Let's find another solution.
I'm just going to back up a second, ask you to make that a motion. That if you agree with the motion that
Sorry,
Alex
one
has.
second. I just want to make sure, because we do have an amendment on the floor that does need to be voted on. I have one from Councillor Urick that the motion be amended to replace the word required with potential. So again, that sort of shifts the tone of all those other components in the motion, right? So that is the amendment that does need to be voted on before we move on.
Okay, and
I'm willing to pull the amendment if we are willing to consider shortening this greatly to a broader scope.
So you're on a different page. Go ahead. We need to know what you're thinking.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And I follow the thinking, but I think in all honesty, we can pull out, the last section that is defined, but staff are going to look at all that anyway, because the report is already in the works, as I understand it. So I'm guessing that the report that is started will be revised. So in these components are likely going to be considered in that process. So I don't think what really matters. We can pull them or leave them. Staff are going to have to look at what's being mentioned anyway to get us to a bylaw. So if it keeps this moving forward to stop, at the period after municipality of Meaford, then I think we can do that and allow staff to do what they need to do and come back to us. I think the important thing today is to just keep this moving forward.
So do we have a motion here that is seconded?
Is that an amendment, a motion amendment you'd like to move, Deputy Mayor Keaveney? So we'll need so Councillor Urick, you withdrew. So now the amendment on the table that we'll need a seconder for is that the motion be amended to just read that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to create a return on investment cost analysis for a short-term accommodation licensing registry and bylaw for the municipality of Meaford. So that's the amendment that we need a seconder and a vote on.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Forder, thank you.
Yep.
Any
So-
further discussion of that? I just might contribute my own thinking here, and that is that I think that Councillor Bell is absolutely correct, and that a good place to start would be for this council to actually sort out its feelings about STRs and then give staff some very specific direction on what we're looking for. Because, and I just can't resist pointing out that to everybody that the municipal system is certainly one awkward system, because the problem here is that we on council know what we want, but for some reason or other, staff didn't want to give us what we wanted, and they gave us what worked for them, and for whatever reason, and that leaves us, in a deadlock. And I think that the only way to get out of that deadlock is for council to really sort out what we want here, and then give staff some specific direction as to, what this bylaw should contain. I'm going to the deputy mayor's first, and then Councillor Urick.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And I think the challenge here is that we're looking for the best of both worlds. We want a bylaw that's going to address the concerns that we've had from residents who are living next door to party houses. And we want one that's not going to impact responsible STA owners in a negative way. So how are we going to do both? And I think, to me, that's the challenge that we're throwing back at staff, to provide us a bylaw that accommodates for both and that doesn't cost an arm and a leg. So we're sending you an almost impossible task, but that's what I see our ask as being today.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last comment I really wanted to make on it was, in that original, presentation as well to us, it had three options. And these have been discussed as well at many levels, and it's been suggested to us from various SDA owners, well, why aren't we just kicking it back to the platforms? Just a quick cursory glance, as of September 2023, almost every municipality in Canada has some form of short-term rental STR policy. We are not reinventing the wheel here. We're also not trying to duck what our responsibility is. This is a regulatory concern that we really need something in place. We're trying to not make it onerous, but this is not something that practically every other municipality in the country has recognized and said, oh, we need something like this, so we can't just ignore it. So that's why I think it really needs to be considered. And we can't obviously go with option one because that's what we're doing now, and obviously it's not working, so.
So, can I hear the motion? And I'm going to call it.
So we have an amendment on the floor that says that the motion be amended to read that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to create a return on investment cost analysis for a short-term accommodation licensing registry and bylaw for the municipality of Meaford. So we need a vote on that amendment.
Okay, all in favor? And that is carried.
Okay, and we also need a vote on the motion as amended, the main motion as amended. So it would read that Council of the Municipality of Meaford directs staff to create a return on investment cost analysis for a short-term accommodation licensing registry and bylaw for the municipality of Meaford. So we need a vote for that.
It's already on the floor and second.
It's the main motion. So yeah, it's already on the floor. Yeah,
All in favor?
thank you.
That is carried. Thank you so much. I'm going to call a short recess sometime soon, and if you would like it at this point, it might be a good place to do it. Otherwise, we're going to be in committee of the whole for a little while there. So.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we actually have one more report on the consent agenda.
Yes,
So maybe let's do that one report and then take a recess before we go into committee of the whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve deferral of projects. Downtown Inflow Project, Catch Basin Disconnection, Trowbridge Reconstruction, Low Lift Pump, Inverted Siphon Reconstruction, Memorial Park Entrance Design and Implementation, Bridge 001, Euphrasia St. Vincent Town Line and Town of Blue Mountains / Meaford Town Line, Miller Street Environmental Assessment, Harbor Patio and Harbor Water Closet Combo to 2025. So I need a motion to, mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Councillor Bartley. And just very quickly, I was satisfied that everything in here was there was a good reason for postponing it, that we were not really sitting or just kicking a good project down the road. There were good reasons why some of these are being reassessed, or it is not the proper time, knowing what we know. So with that caveat, anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just for some clarification for myself, by deferring these capital projects to 2025, could they still be discussed during our budget deliberations, or are these automatically?
No, I think they will get some discussion there too. We just didn't get that far. Okay, all in favor? And that is carried. And we'll come back to items for consideration in the next few minutes, and maybe say what, 10 minutes? Okay. I think we were just about 10 minutes. I hate keeping people waiting, and so um, I need a motion to go into committee of the whole at this point. Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. And this we're doing at 3:33 p.m., 3:38 p.m. So we've only one item here, and we have an expert speaker. But first, I'm going to read the recommendation. This is under Financial Services. The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve Watson and Associates Economists, Inc. to proceed with proposed scenario number 2, which is to utilize revised non-residential monthly base charges and prepare a water and wastewater financial plan that meets the requirements of Ontario Regulation 453/07. And I'm going to introduce Speaker Byron Tan of Watson and Associates.
Thank you, Your Worship, or sorry, Your Chair, and members of council, committee, and members of the public. As you've mentioned, my name is Byron Tan. I'm from Watson and Associates. Just a little bit brief history with myself. I've been with the firm for basically 11 years now. I am the water wastewater lead of the firm, as well as I've represented municipalities, at the OLT as an expert witness. So I'm very familiar with municipal finance, as well as obviously water and wastewater rate studies. So I am here before you to provide a presentation on the findings of the water and wastewater rate study, as well as seeking your decision as to what scenario obviously we would need to include as part of the rate study and financial plan that'll be submitted to the province to get your water drinking license. So I do have a presentation here. There are quite a bit of number of slides. I will try to go through some of the items that I feel are more background, at least in a little bit more, with some purpose. And then the rest of it, where I will take some time, is just to get you to understand, the capital program that is the impetus for the calculations, as well as how we've developed the customer forecast and the proposed rates that are presented to you today. So with that being said, as I mentioned, the study purpose here is to calculate water and wastewater rates for the customers of Meaford. And this is looking at the existing information of, what we were able to gather in terms of utilization of the systems, water capacities, water volumes, wastewater bills as well. And then taking a look at what is the future customer forecast looking like. Primarily as part of the background study, or at least the rate study, we've utilized your most current development charge background study that was completed by your consultant to determine the growth forecasts of who would be customers that would utilize the water and wastewater system, say over the next 10 years. I know in your report just says 9 because really it's 2025 to 33. However, when we did the calculations, we start off obviously in today's year in 2024. So as part of the calculations, we do take a look at the capital as well as the operating costs over this forecast period. And as I said, it culminates to a water and wastewater rate, for your consideration. Now, keep in mind how we calculate these water and wastewater rates are really based on legislation that has occurred since the tragic accident in Walkerton. So, in 2000, 2001, with the E. coli outbreak, there wasn't, any checks and balances, with that particular community, and therefore, that tragedy occurred. So since that time, there's been a number of legislation that's been released. We have the Safe Drinking Water Act, Sustainable Water and Sewage Systems Act, the Clean Water Act and Water Opportunities Act. So really the general theme of these pieces of legislation is that not only should water and wastewater systems be operated, being environmentally conscious and being safe, but also the theme of being full cost recovery. So with water and wastewater, there really should be no burden on taxpayers. It should be on the ratepayers. So those that are actually consuming or utilizing the water and wastewater pay for the water and wastewater system. And then formally subsequent to those acts, a large amount of time that municipalities that are, within Ontario that are tackling is asset management. And that came through 2017, really with the Infrastructure of Jobs and Prosperity Act. When that act passed and the regulations 588-17, ergo 2017, were released, it provided a guideline as to, how municipalities need to look at their existing infrastructure. So you have, water and wastewater assets. They've been built, 50, 60 years ago. Well, eventually they're going to need to be replaced. So the rate study isn't just the maintenance of the system and how much it costs to operate, but you should really be planning as to, well, eventually I'm going to have to replace that pipe in the ground. So I should be putting money away, whether it's in a reserve fund or some other means, so that by that time, when that time comes, you don't have to take on massive amount of debt. You should have at least some money in the reserves, similar as if you were buying a car and wanting to make sure that the next one comes, you at least have some residual value, or at least have some money in the bank to pay for it. So with that being said, I just want to go through some of the current rates that you have with the municipality. So you do impose both water and wastewater rates to your customers. And you do have customers where it's the municipality of Meaford, but you also have some customers within the Leith area. So on the west side of the municipality. With that being said, you do calculate or you do impose a base charge. And what that is just a refresher, is a base charge is your fixed component that regardless of whether there's any water or wastewater usage, you will be imposing that rate as long as you're connected to the system. And that's actually typical with most municipalities because, in different weather situations in any given year, if we are constantly having, rain, then there's not really that much outdoor use to have to, let's say, water the lawn. So when you're imposing, let's say, your volume rate, well, in that particular year, maybe there's not as much water volumes and no one's turning the tap on because it's always raining. So I don't need to water the lawn. But if you did that and you did not have a base charge, then theoretically in that particular year, your revenues would be dropping. But you still have a lot of fixed costs. You have to pay for, your salaries, benefits. You have to pay for water, chemicals, treatment, etc. So having that fixed component helps assist with the fixed, expenditures that you incur on a day-to-day basis. You also have an infrastructure renewal fee. So that is in addition to the base charge, which assists with capital programs. So again, I believe staff and the municipality have historically used these funds to help pay for any, again, infrastructure renewal, putting in a replacement of a water main, sewer mains, etc. And then lastly, the last component of your charge is your volume rate or your volume charge. And that is typically, what you impose it on is a cost per meter, square meter. So, cubic meter. So what that means is for every time the tap is on, you have a meter in place in the house or in the customer, and they would essentially pay based on the utilization of the water. Now, customers usually have a water meter, but it's very uncommon to have a wastewater meter. So when you are billing your customers, if it's a wastewater bill, then you're now utilizing the water volumes that are being read through that meter as the surrogate for the information to also charge your wastewater bill as well. And you'll see on the screen, you have multiple charges depending on whether you're residential, commercial, if you're in the Leith area, bulk water, or even various wastewater rates as well, depending on the type of usage and the type of practice that's being undertaken. So with that being said, we wanted to take a starting point and take a look at, well, what is the baseline information? So what we're trying to gather here is what is the customer profile of the municipality? So what you can see on the screen here is with respect to your municipal-wide customers, excluding Leith, we have about just under 3,100 customers. As you can see, predominantly you have just under 2,300 residential customers, water customers, and just over 800 non-residential customers. Similarly, on the wastewater side, a little bit less. So you will have some customers that only have water but don't have a wastewater connection. So they may have their own septic or some other means to discharge their water. So you can see there is a discrepancy there where we drop it now to 2,146 wastewater customers. Extending off of the municipal customers, we also have customers within the Leith area. So you are currently servicing about 153 customers in there. And they also have a separated rate, which you again impose based on the chart that I just showed in the previous slide. So in total, customers, we have 3,244 water, 2,146 wastewater. I apologize for the size, but essentially this is our water forecast. So hopefully you can see this via your screen. And I don't have my glasses, so I'll have to look at my phone as to what that says. But essentially, as I mentioned earlier, looking at the background, the 2024 development charge background study, that study forecasted a number of users that would be building within the municipality, and they separated it between single detached townhomes and apartments. There's also been a allocation as well for non-residential growth. But in taking that information, looking at least over the next 10 years, it is assumed that there is an average of about 64 customers per year that would be hooking up to the municipal system. So in total, over the next 10-year period to 2033, we're looking at roughly 645 new customers hooking up. Now, through conversations with staff, we are assuming that all of these units, or these customers, I should say, will be serviced with both water and wastewater for simplicity of the calculations. Obviously, this will be monitored on a case-by-case basis, but for the purposes of the calculations, all 645 will be water and wastewater users. Now, when you look at this information, if you take a look at the top portion of the graph or the table, you'll see that there is this half-year rule that we implement. And what that means is, for example, if I take a look at, let's say, 2024, we assume that 63 new customers would be coming online. However, you'll see within the third column, it says only 32. And what that means is we're not sure when these customers would actually hook up. Would they hook up in January? Would they hook up in July, August? So to be conservative, we've assumed a half-year rule where at minimum, or at least at maximum, half of those customers that are anticipated to come online in 2024, you'll only get a full year's worth of billing from half of those customers. So then that way, if we have some that are coming in January or coming in August, we're very conservative in that approach. Lastly, you can see there at the bottom of that first table.
Excuse me, Byron.
Yes.
I think there is a question, and maybe we can ask questions as we go
Of
through.
course.
Councillor,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't sure if you wanted questions during or held them after.
Usually what I find is a question is a good segue into a next slide or thought, but I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Well, actually,
Councillor.
it's kind of to you and Mr. Toby, just the numbers when you're speculating out there, when you say 64, kind of that's a mean average coming down pretty consistently. Does that kind of fall in line with our expectation? When I think of Loon Call and Bay Bounds and all these things coming online, I know they're segmented out, but realistically, does that kind of meet that expectation?
It probably doesn't, but that's hard for him to calculate that into his analysis when he's doing the study, looking at the historical data going forward, because he wouldn't have access to the what ifs and what might be coming online in the near future.
Right. So then, I'll go very naively. How does that realistically then give us real numbers because that's more people contributing, but it's also more people using. So how do we look at that as a real number to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's really difficult because when I first came here, the first day I showed up, someone said to me, we have a zillion projects on the line and they're going to be all next week on your desk. And, I've been here almost 2-3 years now, and we're still evolving through those projects. So, to say that it's almost there, to be actually there are two really different things. And, that part of that is how we manage expectations and how he gets to where he goes.
I'm still confused how that impacts us positively or negatively if those numbers are significantly higher.
All I'm saying is he's looking at what he thinks will come towards. We think that those numbers will be slightly different, but he can't, I mean, he won't have that information until it actually happens. And in looking at historical, basis of historics and saying, the water plant's taking on so much every year, he's very right in his analysis. And we just see something slightly different that, so if you look at his numbers being a baseline, somewhere down the road, it might be something very different.
Sure, I apologize for being thick.
No, I'm not
No,
trying to be smart. I'm just trying to.
No, you're not. I'm just being, because what I'm thinking of, you're talking brass tacks, people on the ground. Mr. Tam, what I would say is, how do the numbers impact if they're much higher or lower than this?
Through the chair, to the councilor's question, it'll impact it, basically if we have more customers, then that's additional revenues. A lot of your treatment costs there are fixed, so there will be some increases to the expenses. I don't doubt that. However, when we start calculating a higher user base, but then it doesn't materialize, then we're overstating your revenues. Likewise, if we go too low, then maybe we're now artificially increasing the rates where it shouldn't be, because we should have more customers to spread that cost around. So it's very hard to walk that fine line. So what we try to do is, again, take a look at, existing information, especially your historical stuff over the last few years, but keeping in mind that there's some caveats to that. A lot of municipalities within Ontario, or even within Canada, they saw a huge boom through the COVID years in terms of building activity. Well, to just say, well, historically we were building at 100 units per year, why did you drop it to 60? I would then say, well, because those COVID years in 2020 and 2021 are all asterisks. So is that really a sustainable increase? Likewise as well, this is based on information that was just was just completed through your background study. And it's my understanding through your development charge background study, the consultant would have worked with, your planning department, building department, as well as the county as well, to take a look at, all facets of growth within the area. And this here, again, is just a snapshot of that. However, keeping in mind that we've also, ensured that, the numbers here at least are acceptable for staff in terms of from a planning perspective. And I talk about planning as in financial planning, because we don't want to be too cavalier with our numbers. If it doesn't materialize, then that's also a big, that'll be a big deficit to the municipality. But keep in mind, you'll see in the following slide, I do go into the capital program, and you will see you do have a very large expansion, or at least a new project for your wastewater treatment plant. And my understanding from that, based on my review of the analysis, is that will now provide some substantial capacity available to allow for growth to occur within the municipality. So while what we have here is more of a straight-lined approach, it could be so that, it wouldn't be hard to fathom that, perhaps some of this growth will be delayed a little bit. All of a sudden, once that plant is built, you have an influx of like hundreds of building permits all coming as a rush, because now there's a capacity available. But again, that's a crystal ball at that point. Okay, just so to continue on with the table, just to finish off with that top piece, again, the forecast is about 645 customers over this time horizon. And looking at your historical consumption data of residential customers, you'll see here that we have a number on the bottom left of that first table of 120. So what that means is, based on historical trends over the last few years, we have observed that the residential utilization of your water, based on the water bills, is about 120 cubic meters per year. So with that being said, it is a bit low. However, that is what we are forecasting for all the new users moving forward. Partially because, depending on the type of buildings that are also coming online, they're very efficient nowadays. You have the low flow toilets, low flow shower heads, low flush toilets, energy efficient washers and dryers. And then some of these new subdivisions, they're much smaller lots. You're not seeing those 50 to 200 foot lots anymore. You're seeing really more that, 30 to 50 feet, cookie cutter lots. So anecdotally, there's about 30 to 40% of water use is typically outdoors, to watering lawns and outdoor spaces. So, with that being said, the smaller lots do attribute to a lower volume. However, again, caveating that this is a little bit more on the conservative side. But if you do get more utilization, then obviously that's just leads to higher billings, which would then lead to more revenues. Going down to that second portion, so you could see here, based on those customer base, forecasts, when multiplying it to that 120 cubic meters per year, we are looking to add roughly, about call it about 7,000 cubic meters of water every year to the current utilization of the municipal system. So right now we have about, excuse me, roughly 319,000 cubic meters of water that is utilized by the residents and businesses. So again, with that growth forecast, we're now adding roughly another 73,000 cubic meters to the end of the forecast. So in total, it is estimated that your user should be utilizing about 392,000 cubic meters by the end of 2033. Now, in terms of wastewater, again, similar item there. We are looking at roughly, again, that 64 units per year with that half-year rule, again, using that 120. So we're adding a similar utilization as well on the wastewater side. So in terms of the capital infrastructure, again, I'll present this in the next slide, but a lot of the work was really based on looking at your 2024 capital budget, as well as your capital forecast going out, I believe, into the early 2030s, looking at your life cycle via your asset management plan, and looking at the capital works that have been identified within the development charge background study, particularly with water and wastewater. So these capital projects have then been included as part of the water and wastewater rate calculations and have been sorted based on, the need, the timing, as well as the costs. I apologize again for the size. However, you'll see on the screen here, this is the water systems capital needs. Essentially looking at the 2024 budget going out to 2033. As you can see, there's a number of works, in 2024, again, in 2025, there's a couple of $1 million. And really, we've itemized all of the capital, the costs in inflated dollars, as well as the estimated timing that they would be undertaken. And in total, the water capital system totals just under $44 million. Again, I'd like to caveat that these are in inflated dollars. So what you may have seen via your capital program would have been in 2024 dollars. However, for the purposes of the rate study, we want to see, well, how much would you actually spend in a given year? Because is it really going to be $2 million in 2027, or is it going to be 2.4 million, once you have to wait, 3-4 years from now? Similarly with wastewater, it seems like a shorter list. However, it is a little bit more robust in terms of rather than the water. And you can see the largest components here are with the wastewater treatment plant expansion. So that's being undertaken basically between 2025 to 2027. And that really is the largest component of this capital program, which essentially makes up nearly 130 million of this 148 million that you're seeing on the screen. Now, when looking at the capital program, we then have to take a look at allocating financing options to be able to support this, to support these projects. And the main things that we look at are your reserve balances. When we calculate your rates and determine, what type of rate increases that, we'd like to propose or as a calculated percentage, any of those amounts then lead to a operating budget transfer that then goes to your reserves. And it's that transfer from the operating budget to the reserves, which then, helps feed the capital program, is essentially what we're trying to do to minimize the need for debt, but at the same time ensuring that you have the money in your reserves to be able to pay for your capital and operating program. So that's that second piece there. The third one is grants. They're few and far in between. I believe as part of this capital program, we have some, other revenues or grants that are identified on the water side. However, there has been, no identification as of yet for the wastewater. Now, we encourage municipalities and staff to always continuously monitor any available grant funding applications that may come online. And this would then lead to updating your rate study to reflect those grant fundings, if they come about. Now, you are allowed to update the rate study at any time, similar to your development charge study. You can update that at any time. Especially when you find out any new information, whether it's increase in costs or the securing of grants, which would then assist with recalculating the rates, whether to go up or down. As well, I'd like to just briefly mention, there were a couple of grants that would have been available, that are available to the municipalities. Typically, most municipalities do have their Canada, Community Building Fund, their gas tax. You have the opportunity to, spend that how you'd like. Municipalities also have access to OSIF funding. As well, some of the more recent ones, we did have the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. Now, unfortunately for that, the application did close as of November 1st. However, if you did have any, relevant projects for that, it could assist with, growth-related projects, such as that wastewater treatment plant, assuming that you had information at the time. However, with that grant, it was very specific on, some of the items where it had to be shovel ready in the first phase, but then they removed that requirement in the second phase. It got a little bit confusing near the end, and there are a lot of municipalities that are scrambling to try to apply for it. Most recently, I believe over the last 2 weeks, the federal government did announce the Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, CHIF. I have circulated this to our clients, where essentially they've committed roughly about $6 billion across Canada for growth enabling or housing enabling infrastructure, particularly with water, wastewater, stormwater. Now, having said that, that $6 billion is spread across, all of Canada. And of that, only $1 billion is actually a direct application amount, which is again is spread and split between all the provinces and territories. So that deadline, I believe, is March 31st, 2025, where I do encourage municipalities to at least take a look to see if you have any eligible projects to help assist with payments. And then that second piece, that other remaining $5 billion, those funds will only be contributed by the feds if the provincial or territories enter into agreements with the federal government to help, have a partnership into delivering these types of housing enabling programs. So that first million, it seems like it will be, easily applicable to municipalities. It's that second piece where we're now having to wait for provincial and territory partners to be able to partner with the federal government before they commit those funds, but it's the largest amount as well. So that's something I would urge, the municipality at least to monitor to see how that plays out over the next, basically 6 months to a year. Lastly, on this list, we also have, you can see a check mark on debt. You will see that we are assuming that there will be debt financing as part of this capital forecast. On the water side, it is a little bit more minimal in terms of the debt. It's only with respect to your DC and growth-related projects. It's the wastewater side that has the largest impact, and you will see also some debt financing, not only on the growth-related side, which is DCable, but also on the non-growth related, which is the ratepayers. And then, as you can see, development charges as well. Now, in terms of the reserve fund balances, just to provide you some feedback, looking at your current reserves as of the end of last year, you do have about, $2.8 million for discretionary capital reserves in water, a slight deficit in the water DC reserves, and then we have a slight amount of just over $300,000 for your rate stabilization for water. Similarly, for wastewater, we have just over $3 million for the capital reserve. 1.9 million on the DC side, and the 300,000 again, just under 300,000 on the rate stabilization. Now, keep in mind, I did mention about $130 million of a wastewater treatment plant a couple of slides ago. So even though you have $2 million for the DC, it needs to be stretched just a little bit more in order to take care of that project. So what you'll see on the screen here then is the proposed calculated financing amounts for the capital program. So as you can see, first off with the water, as I mentioned, it's just under $44 million in terms of the capital program. And you'll see the allocation of financing based on these categories. We have about just under $1.3 million from grants or other contributions. That'll go towards specific projects where the municipality and staff have secured those amounts. We also have roughly $5 million, just over $5 million, to help pay for, I believe, new water mains and growth-related assets within the DC realm. However, what you do have in the DCs relative to the collections based on that growth forecast won't be enough. So you will need to potentially look at $3.1 million worth of debt. Again, DC funded debt over this forecast period. Now, that DC funded debt, will be paid off over time via your water DCs. However, as with development charges, it is a cash flow game. So you're not going to get that DC funding until someone builds a home, pulls a building permit, pays a water and wastewater DC, amongst the other municipal-wide development charges as well. So you may have to fund these in the interim with, municipal-owned funds, but then you pay yourselves back once the DC revenues come online. And then you can see there the water wastewater reserves. So for the water, we're looking at roughly funding about $34.5 million from your water reserve. And again, you're probably wondering, how's this 35 million, whereas the other slide only said just under 2. Well, as I mentioned earlier, any rate impacts, are transfers from the operating to the reserve, which then pays for capital. Hence, it says 35 million. And then with respect to wastewater, again, you could see even though we had about $130 million just from that wastewater treatment plant, we're only utilizing about 2.1 million from the wastewater DC reserve fund, because you'll need the remaining amounts within your DC reserves to help pay for the growth-related debenture, the principal and interest that is calculated within this amount. So even though we're getting DC funds on an annual basis, we are earmarking those amounts to help pay for that debt financing. And you'll see there the growth-related debentures, which is just at the bottom, it's $117 million. So that is the cost of your DC-related capital program over this 10-year period. However, that's not the end of it. Because of the the smaller user base on the wastewater side, you can see that in order to not have the rates go to the moon, we had to then look at potentially debt financing as well for the non-growth related assets. So you can see there's about $10.7 million of non-growth related debt as well that's being assumed as part of this forecast. So in terms of the operating budget, again, we've worked with staff to just take a look at what has been occurring over the last few years, as well as what is the forecast, to 2033. And what we found is, we are putting together an operating forecast that essentially mirrors your inflation at 3% per year for, salaries, benefits, cost of, operating the water and wastewater system. The only thing that is different than that 3% is utilities and chemicals. So anything with utilities and chemicals, we've assumed 5% per year, because if you take a look at, hydro, gas, even if you just go anecdotally to a gas station, over the last few years, it's been going up higher than 5%. So extending that to your operations within your water and wastewater system, we've assumed just a slightly higher percentage for those line items. Now, there's not that many. However, we feel that this is a bit more appropriate than just using the 3% average. Now, in terms of the water operating budget, you could see how it does increase, quite a bit over time. You'll see in 2024, we have roughly $4.4 million in your operating budget. 2.3 million of that is pure operating costs. We have about $1.6 million being transferred to reserves in order to assist in paying your capital program. But however, you can see at the very bottom line, we are estimating roughly a debt payment of just over $485,000. And you can see that amount actually fluctuating between 2024 to 2033. However, in total, based on, what we require, or what the municipality requires in terms of a capital forecast, capital expenditures, as well as future life cycle, even beyond the 2033 time horizon, we're looking at escalating that operating budget from 4.4 million up to just under 8.7 million by the end of 2033. Again, this is all in inflated dollars. So it would be whatever value is at that time. In terms of the wastewater, again, a little bit of a different story. You could see here that right now your operating budget, including transfers to reserves to pay for capital, as well as your debt payments, are really just under $2.5 million. However, because of the massive amounts of capital that is anticipated to occur between the 2027 and beyond time horizon, you can see that from 2026 to 2027, that increases from $3.5 million up to almost $8 million just in that 1 year. And this again is predominantly driven by debt payments. And this is dealing with the that wastewater treatment plant. So with that being said, I'd like to provide you a couple of rate scenarios that the municipality can consider as part of their rate study, as well as what's going to be submitted to the province for your drinking water license as part of your financial plan. And through working with the municipal staff, we were looking at your current rate structure, and we were trying to find ways to assist with the revenue generation. However, while maintaining some of the parameters that you saw on the previous slides, keeping the debt levels where they are, or at least, what it's being forecasted, as well as trying to take care of the capital program and life cycle to 2033 and beyond. So the two scenarios that I'm providing here today is the first one is maintaining your current rate structure. If you recall, when I was providing the water and wastewater current rates, the residential and non-residential rates, everyone within the municipality pays the exact same. They pay the same base charge, the same infrastructure charge. The only difference is on the volume rates. So there are some differentiations between the volume rates, depending on whether you're residential, commercial, etc. So we're looking at two scenarios where if we just maintain status quo of how your current rate structure is, what do those rates represent based on what I just showed you in the preceding slides? The second scenario suggests, well, what if we revise the non-residential monthly base charge? So that fixed amount, if you recall, is like $59 per month on the water, and I believe 50 some odd dollars on the wastewater. And the rationale for that is a lot of municipalities within Ontario that have water and wastewater, especially those that are metered, they have differentiating charges based on the meter size. So predominantly, quite a number of municipalities within Ontario, if you have a 5/8 inch meter or a 3/4 inch meter, you're paying basically the smallest amount in terms of $1 per month. However, as your meter size increases, presumably you're now industry, so you're utilizing more water. And according to the American Water Works Association, they do provide a factor as to an escalating base charge based on the size of the meter. And that factor has been adjusted by different municipalities to cater, their specific needs, economic development, et cetera. But typically what we find is, if a base charge is, a factor of one, then, a 5/8 and a 3/4 inch is a factor of one, then we'll notice that maybe a 1 inch is, 2 times a 5/8 inch, so if instead of $60, you're paying $120. And then you go to a 1.5 inch, maybe they're 2.5 times. A 3 inch, maybe 4 times. The way I've seen it, where I've seen an 8 inch meter go anywhere from 20 to 30 times the base charge. So instead of someone paying, $60, then they're paying times 20, so they're paying $1,200 a month. Because they're industry, they're a large user, they have an 8 inch meter, presumably they're consuming more water. So we wanted to run the scenario of what would it look like if you actually had a differentiated non-residential base charge. And as I said, both scenarios provide for similar operating and capital revenue. So we're not changing the debt or anything like that. What this is changing now is the percentage increases on a year-to-year basis. So in terms of scenario one, again, the main concept here is to maintain your current rate structure. So we are still keeping your base charges, your infrastructure renewal fees, and your volume rates the same. However, based on this scenario and that capital and operating program that you saw earlier, this would require 11% increases per year to your water rates from 2025 to 2027. And then subsequent to that in 2028 onwards, then it can decrease down to 5% per year. And then similarly with wastewater, because of the large capital requirements over the forecast period, we have 16% increases per year on the wastewater side from 2025 to 2027. And then that decreases to 5% per year from 2028 to 2033. Now, keep in mind, these increases, again, are required to maintain those debt forecasts that was presented earlier. Because at the end of the day, water and wastewater is only one component of your overall municipal structure. So we don't want to say, well, we can lower this rate increase, but then we just take on more debt, because you have to keep in mind you have other services you provide for, and you want to make sure you keep your debt capacity as flexible as possible. Because if you're using everything for water and wastewater, if you have a roads project, well, if you don't have any debt capacity anymore, then you can't really borrow to help fix a road anymore. So you have to be a balanced approach as to where you utilize your debt. So in terms of this scenario, as you can see here from the bill, average residential bill that consumes 120 cubic meters per year. Right now in 2024, if you were a residential customer within Meaford, consuming 120 cubic meters, your average bill should be about $1,068 for the year. That's for water. And then for wastewater, it's $953. So with these increases, so that's a combined $2,020. With these 11 and 16% increases for the water and wastewater bill, that amount does go up to $2,290 for the combined bill for water and wastewater. Now, keep in mind, from 2023 to 2024, you did increase your rates by, I believe, 8%. So I know the 11% is high here, but it is going from 8 to 11%, not 5 to 11%. Likewise, 8 to 16. It doesn't, make the picture any better, but, just looking at the baseline of where you inflated from versus where we're inflating to. And you can see here by the end of the forecast, actually, if I go to the next slide, you can see here on the top table, that's the residential water bill from the previous slide. So in 2024 for water and wastewater, you can see the average bill is about $2,020. Based on those 11 and 16% and then 5% thereafter, the total bill at the end of 2033 will be just under $4,000, $3,950. But this takes care of your full capital program, taking care of the debt, the DC forecasts, etc. Now, I've also included the non-residential annual bill for comparison purposes, because this will lead up to one of my slides later on, where a non-residential customer, based on your historical information, roughly consumes about 160 cubic meters per year on average. Again, that's just based on the information that we were able to glean on over the last couple of years. But you can see, if we are looking at an average non-residential bill using 160 cubic meters, in 2024, their bill should be about $2,437 per year. And with the same increases as the residential, their bill would go up to $4,790. Again, same rate increases that you saw, 11% and 5% on water, 16% and 5% on the wastewater. Now, in terms of scenario two, this is where, as I mentioned, we are now modifying the monthly base charge for non-residential customers. So that way they would somewhat reflect the larger meter size that they have compared to the residential customers, as I mentioned earlier. Through working with staff, we simplified it and just did 2 times. So we're not even looking at, a 5-6 inch meter, multiplying it by 8 or 10. We just wanted to say, what would it look like if they just paid double the base charge? Assuming everyone basically is a 1-inch meter at that point, right? Because that's kind of the factor that I was speaking to earlier. This then takes a look at taking a little bit of the burden off of the residential revenues, because now we're able to get more non-residential revenues through the base charge at this doubling of the rate. And what that does from an increase standpoint is actually reduce the water increases to 5% per year across the entirety of the forecast period. So instead of 11%, then 5, because we've doubled the base charge on the residential, we can now just do 5% increases across the board from 2025 onwards. Now, keeping in mind that initial increase from the non-residential going double, but throughout the whole forecast, it's just 5% per year on the base charge, the volume rate, as well as the infrastructure charge. And then with wastewater, we're able to reduce that amount from 16% to 12% per year. So that then changes it from 12% per year increases from 2025 to 2027. And then that decreases to 5% per year from 28 to 2033. And what that looks like on a water and wastewater bill, again, this is for illustrative purposes for members of the committee and staff in the public. But you could see that, that $1,068 residential bill, by the time we get to the end of the forecast, that's $1,657. And then on the wastewater side, you can see from 953, that increases to 1,794. And when combining the water and wastewater bills, again, I mentioned earlier, 2024, $2,020. This drops to it increases to $3,451. So it's about a $500 decrease compared to scenario 1 for the residential. However, you could see the non-residential goes up to $6,481 by the end of 2033, which is about $2,000 more than what they would have paid in 2033. So just a little bit of a comparison there. Here we go. So then the comparison between scenario 1 and 2, just so that it's all summarized on one slide. You can see here again for the residential customers, it's a slower increase per year across the board. So you could see here where, starting in 2025 in scenario 2, their bill would be $2,189, whereas scenario 1 would have been over $100 more at $2,290. So, and then as you could see, the cascading effect all the way to 2033. And then in terms of the non-residential, as I said, their amounts for scenario 2 would be increasing, where initially in 2025 under scenario 1, they would have just paid roughly about just under $2,800 on their water and wastewater bill. Based on the doubling of the wastewater and water base charge, that would be roughly $4,097 on their bill rather than the $2,770 from scenario 1. But you could see how it changes all the way to 2033. And just comparing yourselves with others within the neighborhood, as well as other municipalities that are of similar size or similar types of systems. You are on the higher end of things. However, you do have I always like to say every municipality is different and unique. And in your case, you have an age system that needs to be upgraded. You do have customers in different areas. You also service a customer that's on the other side of the municipality, which is a fairly significant distance. So having your customer base, spread out does lead to more expensive, costs of operating a water and wastewater system. And I've seen this in Niagara region as well. A good example is the town of Lincoln. They have like 4 or 5 different urban areas. So they're the highest amongst all of their peers because they have separated systems, and it costs a lot to have to service all of those urban areas specifically. But you can see here again, the blue, just to denote, is your current charges, the blue arrow. And then the yellow would have been scenario 1, the pink being scenario 2. And then looking at the graphs, the dark blue at the bottom is your the water bills, and then the greens are the wastewater bills. Now, keep in mind, a number of these municipalities, they are still undergoing, development charge studies. Maybe they're going through water and wastewater rate studies. So this is a static point in time. Once they finalize their infrastructure needs, as well as finishing up the asset management requirements, I I'm very confident that this graph will look different in the next year, especially those that are completing their financing strategies for their asset management, which is due for July 1st of next year. Because at that point, municipalities then have to make the commitment to really try to bridge the gap of having to fund your core assets, non-core assets. And that really will have a burden on municipalities' water and wastewater rates, as well as property taxes. So that is something that's forthcoming, and we do see that sweeping change potentially in mid next year. So lastly, with the financial plan, I just want to make a note that as part of this process, I mean, we do have two scenarios that are in front of you, and really the basis of the committee's decisions will then inform what is required or what is inputted as part of the financial plan to be submitted to the province for your drinking water license. Now, the financial plan itself is not the rate study. That is a separate document that informs your increases to the rates. The financial plan, all that does is take the information from the rate study and converts it to an accounting standard. So it's not meant to actually calculate your rates. This is just meant to conform to the province to say, yes, we've undertaken a financial plan. Here's our surplus, deficits, etc. But it does not in any way, shape, or form inform the water or wastewater rates. So as I said, the financial plan, it's part of a five requirement step in order to obtain your drinking water license. Again, the rate study and the scenario that you choose will inform that financial plan. And you are required to do this. It's every 5 years in order to renew your water license. Again, there is a deadline that is coming up that you as a municipality do have to adhere to. And the plan has to include a minimum of 6 years. So the current year plus another 5 of what we're looking at from forecasts. Now, because we're going out to 2033, we fulfill this and then some. So we don't have to worry about having to fulfill that minimum year requirement. However, this can only be finalized depending on which scenario you select. So as I said, the financial plan really is taking the information from the rate study and converting it into an accounting standard, looking at PSAB requirements, converting assets to depreciation, amortization, tangible capital assets. It's a different way of reporting. And again, it's nothing to do with your actual rate study. It's just for the province to meet the requirements. So what does this all mean? When you do complete your financial plan, it does have to be endorsed by the municipality and council, and then to instruct staff in order to submit it to the province. And again, this will be part of the fulsome application that involves those 4 other pieces of items that need to be submitted. Now, you only have to do the water financial plan. Wastewater is encouraged, but it's not mandatory. So typically for municipalities, you submit the water financial plan, you fulfill your requirement, you go about your way for the next 5 years of delivering water services. As I said, the rate study and the financial plan, they are different in the case that when we look at the rate study, we look at a modified cash basis. So how much cash do you need versus the capital projects you require? When we look at the financial plan, it's on an accrual basis. So while DCs are a revenue for you, under the financial plan, it's actually an expense because it's a deferred revenue. You're not actually getting it now. You have to spend that money now and then you get it later on. So it's a little bit of a nuanced approach to calculating things. However, it doesn't change the fact of what you need in order to the rate increases that you need in order to take care of the capital and operating program over the next 10 years. So really matters for committee's consideration or council is, consider the capital program, the operating program, consider the proposed water and wastewater rates as they are presented in those 2 scenarios. And really, we'd like to get direction on, which rates, you would like to move ahead with, because that would then be the basis of our finalizing the rate study, as well as the financial plan. And that we are seeking your approval to prepare the financial plan and submit that to the province as part of the water license renewal based on the information provided to council and the committee. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Byron. Questions for him, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner, and thank you, Byron, for your very lengthy and informative presentation to us. So I guess just a couple of comments and a final question. As you've laid this out, I mean, we hear over and over again, growth is supposed to pay for growth, but obviously growth does not pay for all of the expenses required. And the numbers here are pretty sobering to look at those increases, no matter which option we choose. It's not good news. So going forward and doing that, and we have to hope that we see significant enough growth and that we get some grants and that we help the bottom line that you presented to us. But my question for you is, if we choose the option recommended today, option 2, are we bound to that as we go forward? Or if we find that, you know, for whatever reason, things change, we get a big grant and we want to change our minds, or are we really bound, as I say, to that option if we submit that to the province?
Great question, through your worship. So as I mentioned earlier, the rate study can be opened up and changed at any point in time, similar to your DC. So if you do have any grant fundings, maybe through this process, now that you're seeing the numbers actually play out, maybe it's time to have a conversation with the development community and see maybe they can assist with some of the growth related works, maybe enter to a front ending agreement, credit agreement under the Development Charges Act, under Section 38 and Section 44 of the Act, where they would essentially construct portions of water mains, you know, and then just receive a credit on their DC. So then that way you're not out of pocket on certain costs. Similarly with front ending agreements, you know, essentially that's a loan to the municipality via the developers. But that loan is not treated like a debt similar to what's being reported under the Municipal Act. Again, that counts towards your 25% debt repayment limit. Under the Development Charges Act, under Section 44, you're allowed to enter into these agreements where essentially a developer will give you the money as a loan. You pay it back over time with interest as you collect DCs from others. But that amount, again, is not part of your debt ceiling. So maybe that'll help assist as well with some of these costs, because then you'll also get the money ahead of time, right? But again, these are all items that, you know, you'd have to explore. But if you do receive any grants, maybe you're successful with that CHIF grant, then again, that's something I would urge the municipality to then input that within the calculations and then see, well, what do we do now? You know, maybe we can go back to our old rates, but then we don't have to do 11% increases. It can actually be down to 4% or something, whatever that situation may be.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kentner. And I think we're also going to be revisiting a grant writer when we have another look at our electives.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And sir, I don't know whether to thank you or yell at you for bringing this report. Must be tough. I'm not on town water or sewer, and this report sickens me. I was going to ask you, I was going to put it to you right off the bat on page 87 on the graph of all the municipalities. We're the highest, we're second highest, and we're going to double them again. I was going to say, what are we doing wrong? But then if you analyze this graph, several of them don't have sewer, 4 of them don't have sewer, it's just water. You can't compare to a bigger city like Collingwood, Midland, Barrie, Hanover, because they've got more people paying for the same system. So if you compare to, the only one you really can compare to that I can is Grey Highlands. They're real close to us, and they're on a program right now, 10% a year on both water and sewer going up. So they'll soon catch us. Then I tried to figure out, well, if 63 new customers is 150,000 a year more money, that's put in there. That's only 1.5 million over 10 years, and that doesn't take up one roadway being dug up. This is a sad report, and I really don't know which way to go. Do we dump it all on our businesses? We've got a neck dev program going forward right now, trying to attract people, and we're going to dump the increased costs on the business. This is a really tough one, and we have to make a decision today.
I think that question is for you, Byron.
Through your worship, I mean, I can answer at least the first part, and then I'll let staff answer the second part on the the decision point. But with respect to your comments, I mean, you're right. There's a lot of municipalities here that may not be similar to the municipality. Some may have larger customer bases. And again, once you have more customers, you have more individuals and businesses to spread the costs. A function of these as well is I'm not sure whether most of these municipalities have gone through a rate study yet. So if they're still carrying on their legacy rates that were completed, 4 years ago or something like that, this is something where I would assume once that financing strategy hits as of July 1st, 2025, as part of the asset management requirements, I foresee that a lot of these municipalities will have to now update their rates in order to then try to figure out, well, how will they meet their life cycle needs moving forward. Additionally, to your point, it is hard to see basically how you have how your infrastructure needs are compared to others. In your case, you have some very high-profile projects coming online over the next 10 years. I'm not sure whether these municipalities have similar projects. I'm happy enough to do a deep dive if requested. However, in your case, with a customer base of 3,000 customers, you're building a $130 million treatment plant. That's a pretty big factor to consider versus some of these municipalities that may already have treatment plants in place that still have capacity moving forward, so they don't need any expansion. Or their assets may be a little bit newer, and therefore they don't have to worry about that life cycle piece until maybe 5-10 years from now. So it does differ municipality to municipality, and it is difficult to quantify unless I actually do the rate study for each individual one. But that is something where, it's very hard to say how your municipality compares to others, because you could have the same customer base, but if they only have like $2 million worth of capital, which is just maintenance and inspections, it's not apples to apples at that point. And I think a large component of this is being driven by your development charge study, where the consultant did identify the need for these expansionary works, as well as the growth that would be coming within the municipality. So while it is a smaller customer count now, I believe your number is increasing, at a high amount. I believe it's going out to 2041, if not to 2051, as the population forecast for that study.
I wondered if I could ask whether or not there is an appendix that we can look at to consider some of the financial options that you mentioned, once we get a little more information. That is financing opportunities.
Oh, sorry, through your worship, you're talking about like the DC related stuff, like the credits and front ending
Yes.
agreements. I'm more than happy to provide that literature through staff.
I think we may very much be in need of that going forward. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Second, if I may, I want to correct you. We're not building a $130 million water treatment plant. We're building a $40 million treatment plant, but they're going to charge us $130 million. Okay, I want that corrected, okay? Inflation come in there and corporate greed comes in there, and that's where that's going. Looking at their budget, where we're going to pay for this 2 years, we're going to get $44 million from DC charges. I don't understand that one. Is that $44 million in debt and charged back to the DC? Or we think we're going to get $44 million paid in DC charges?
Through your worship, I'm just trying to figure out which one is the $44 million amount that you're referencing, because I believe through the what was it, page 13 of the presentation, I believe I just noted that of the DC amount for water, for example, $5 million would be used from DCs to pay for capital, and then $3.1 million would be used for debt. Again, DC related debt. But for wastewater, we're only utilizing just under $2.2 million of DC capital, DC reserve fund monies. But then $117 million of that is growth related debt. So I'm just wondering where that 44 million.
I'm sorry, sir. It's not in this program.
Okay.
It's in our budget program that we're going to pay for this. And 2 of the years, it shows $44 million coming from DC charges to pay for it. I'm not sure. I don't understand that.
Through you, Mayor Kentner. As far as the budget goes, I think we're gonna have to review some of those numbers. But coming back to this report that we have right now, we have to have our financial plan to the province by December 11th. That's the urgency to this report.
Councillor Yuri. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question between, in your scenario two, between the residential and non-residential comparison. We don't have a lot of industry. So I'm just curious, do we delineate now between residential and non-residential? We don't from a billing perspective, but do we know? Because I'm wondering, are these, because it's working out to be about 50-50, is that reality? Do we actually have about 50% of our water being paid now by industry of some sort?
Through your worship, I believe on slide 5, we noted that of your 3,091 customers, excluding the Leith customers, 812 of those were non-residential, based on the information that was provided through this study. However, I'd be more than happy to work with staff to take a look at each individual customer.
So because on page 24, when you do the comparison, that's really only a third non-residential compared to non, and yet the numbers were kind of, the original numbers were sussing out like half and half. So I'm not sure why that is. You look at 2024, the water bill for annual residential was 1068, and for water bill for annual was non-residential was like 1184. If there's more than only a third non-residential users, just wondering why the base numbers were kind of equal.
Through your worship, I'll have to double check the numbers, but I think it's just because we're just doubling the base charge to that 800, 900 customers, and that's the reason why it's now almost equaling the residential, but I can provide that further detail.
Any more discussion? Before I call the question, sorry, Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So I'm not sure who to direct this question to, but with these rate increases and the limited relief programs that might exist through the county, how is this going to impact low-income families and businesses that might be struggling? Maybe could somebody just walk me through what that might look like?
Through you, Mayor Kentner. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. Currently, because our water costs so much and our wastewater costs so much, we have to afford what we have. I know originally when you guys decided to do the rate study, we were looking at low income and all the other things. But once we delved into our system, it doesn't allow us to say the Rotary or Godfrey Apartments or whatever. Our system doesn't go by size of pipe. Some of them don't even show the size of pipe that goes into the house. So we had to figure out an equilibrium of sorts, and that's where we came up with the two options.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. On topic, but slightly off topic. And we've heard from Mr. Tan that we need to make a decision today and get this into the province by the 11th, but we can tweak that as we need to afterwards. But I'm curious if I can ask Acting Director Toby, do we have a sense yet of the actual hookups available at our current plant and how that relates to the number of units that we have in our development funnel, so to speak, to get an understanding of timeline and urgency, because we're looking at some really big scary numbers here, and we're going to have to work hard to get some federal, possibly provincial support to help us move forward and talk to our developers and so on. I mean, how critical is our current situation?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd love to give you a number. I just don't know it. I've heard anywhere from 0 to 500. I suspect it's closer to 500, but I don't have anything, no report, no definitive answer to give you that says this is the actual number.
Sure. Yeah.
Mayor Kettner, thank you. So are you all also able to tell us then, Bart, the developments that are underway, Skydev, Loon Call, Sinclair and so on, do they have their full allocation or do they just have allocation for first phases or where do they sit?
We haven't given them allocation. We suspect that those places will be okay. But going forward, we're telling new developments that we can't guarantee allocation and that there's we'll have to come up with something creative to create more capacity, either more capacity or reduce the amount of usage in our systems now. So one of those things could be going to low flush toilets, shower heads that are more efficient, trying to see if there's avenues to do that. But I think at some point the water plant operator will tell us that, or the sewer plant operator will tell us that the plant can't run anymore, and then that will come sooner than later.
Gonna suggest unless, if there's more questions and maybe here, we've been here a long time today. I want to call the vote on the basis that we can change our mind and that option 2 seems like the best approach for the time being. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I think unfortunately option 2 is really our only perhaps solution. I guess when I read through this, I was pretty frustrated, pretty depressed. It's going to be very, very difficult for us to attract industry, small industry, large industry. These rates are going to make a big difference. Residential. Obviously, this is an appealing area for residential development. So I don't think maybe it's going to take, going to have as big an impact. I don't know. I've been trying to gather positives about this. I guess you can say that our average house price in, I think, Grey County is around $680,000, which is about $480,000 too much for some people, but compared to somebody who's moving up here from the GTA, that's only half of what they're realizing from their home. So I don't think the water rates or even the sewer rates are going to affect them too much. The other thing is, I think again, one of our challenges, we're into budget deliberations, and I think the onus with these increased user fees is going to be to bring through a budget as palatable as possible for 2025. And again, our workload increases.
Councillor Bartley.
Sorry, Mayor Kentner, just Bart, you're telling me we could have up to 500 new customers in the next few years?
If things go according to Hoyland, you could have 300 new customers in the next 4 months. So, yeah, we could easily have over 500 new customers in the next 4 years.
So going back to the consultant, that changes everything. You've got us down for 62 a year. We had 500 in the next 2 years, that much income coming in for 500 new customers. Would that not change this whole scenario?
Sorry,
just we have some big projects coming through right now. then we could be on a lull for, a period of time. And it's impossible for the consultant to calculate when these projects come through. Like I said earlier, I was told, the first day I came here, well, we have these huge projects coming here, and 3 years later, we're finally getting to them. And even though it's in the books or we see it, it's not realized until I'm actually able to issue a building permit. And so it's really difficult for a consultant or for me or, my predecessor, who did our budget 2 years ago, and we looked at that, just a few days ago, we all looked at it and go, what? And we threw our hands up in the air. It's impossible because we don't control the pace of the development. We don't control when they get us the information. We don't control when they get approvals. We don't control, all their financing. We don't control their situations. And so those things add days, years, months to this whole process. So I think when you look at this report, you have to look at it that this is kind of where we are going. This is a really good idea of where we're going to be. But if you came back to me 2 years from now and said, Bart, why didn't we get those 500 permits? That'd be really unfair. And I don't want to let you guys down the garden path of saying, this is what's going to happen, because the chance is 50-50. Something can happen tomorrow and we all get drafted and we're doing something totally different. But that's highly unlikely. But in the likely scenario is that these projects will go through, they will go through in their time frame, and things will change. And if we get more, that's fantastic. That really kind of helps us out. And it's not a criticism of him, it's not a criticism of me, it's not a criticism of you, it's just that's the way it goes. It's not a bad, some of it's really bad, but some of it's not bad because people actually want to build in Meaford, which is really good. And so I think if you look at it through that lens, that yes, things are increasing, things are changing. We don't exactly, it's not a magical science to say I'm able to issue a permit 2 months from now. I'd love to be able to issue a permit 4 months ago. But until they hit those benchmarks, until they get that work done, I can't say that actually is a thing. So I can say we're working very hard at it, but it's there, but it's like having a lottery ticket. It's not really truly yours until you cash it.
And you were going to respond to that?
Yeah, no, just to add to the staff member, as I said, if you did have, that influx, let's say, for example, you were able to get, 500 new customers next year or 2 years from now, there's nothing stopping you from saying, okay, well, now that we have an extra 500 customers, so 1/6 of our current customers increased into our forecast, how does that look like now in terms of the rates, and can let's recalculate, right? So you're not stuck to just, here's the rates for the next 5 to 10 years. I mean, it is fluid, but this is the best information at this time. And just to respond to the councillor's question earlier about the non-residential, I had to take a look at it. So the reason why the numbers were different, it wasn't just because they do have 800 non-residential customers, but because we're not only doubling the rates, but if you recall our assumption for the volumes that they utilize, it's higher as well than the residential. The residential customers are using 120 cubic meters. It's assumed that the non-res uses 160. That's like that 50% plus doubling actually makes it so that their rates look like it's just double. That's where that number came from.
I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Number 2, yes, it is number 2. That's what the resolution says. Okay, I think that carries. And we can come back to this in future. Thank you very much for your time and for your analysis. It's pretty heady stuff.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, everyone.
We have a few things to tidy up before we leave committee of the whole, so I'm going to turn it over at this point to Deputy Mayor Keaveney to give us an update on County Council.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I'll try to condense this report considering the time of day. County Council did meet November the 14th. That would be the second last meeting that Warden Milne will chair. His final meeting will be this Thursday, the 28th. Our inaugural event takes place on December 3rd, where a new warden would normally be elected. However, this year we only have one nominee, and that is Mayor Andrea Matrosovs of TBM. So she will be our new warden. Correspondence was received from the Western Wardens Caucus, and it included a motion that requested support from County Council for the Solve the Crisis campaign. And that is a campaign that supports and requests that the province and federal governments take action to address the growing mental health, addictions, and homelessness crises in Ontario. And we certainly heard mention of that from Marla Barfoot when she spoke to us earlier from the OPP. And part of the motion stated, whereas the homelessness, mental health, and addictions crisis continues to grow, with 3,432 drug-related deaths in Ontario in 2023, and over 1,400 homeless encampments across Ontario communities in that year. So a big problem. And certainly we've seen, as was discussed, mental health related pressures on our own community as well. The minutes from the Grey County Finance Committee meeting of October the 28th included mention of an additional budget increase suggestion by staff of less than 4% at the county level. We'll have our first discussion on the 2025 budget on December the 6th. The county draft includes the creation of 3 new staff positions and also a direction that staff be create a memorandum of agreement with Rural Ontario Medical Program in the City of Owen Sound. The MOU would detail the responsibilities of each party for the provision of accommodation for medical residents at a property in Owen Sound. So it's hoped if that lodging is provided, that medical students may consider staying in this area. The report also suggested that 2024 deaccessions and disposals from grave roots artifacts collection go forward, and those will be disposed of according to the grave roots acquisition and deassessing policy. Any revenue from these artifacts will be transferred to the grave roots reserve, and there's a list on the county's website under Grey Roots if anybody's interested in looking at any of those possible purchases. We also approved the award of tender for an elevator modernization at 305 14th Street West in Owen Sound. This is an 8-story building with 2 elevators, so they'll replace them one at a time so as to minimize disruption for the residents. And I think I'll leave it there, Mayor Kentner, unless you want to add anything.
No, thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Bartley, and you chair the Investing in Infrastructure Advisory Committee and the Strengthening Our Community Advisory Committee. So if you could give us a report on each, that'd be awesome.
Really nothing to report on the infrastructure unless Harley has anything to report. And on the Strengthening Our Community, we had a really good report from the food bank. It was an eye-opener for most of us, and it's something that we're going to have to look at, both food bank in Meaford and the recreation fund that we do, that they administer. We're going to have to bring that forward for budget time.
Thank you very much. Great. Harley, the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Thanks, Your Worship. We did meet on November 13th. Just briefly, we had a presentation from Maureen Smithers. She's involved with the Breaking Down Barriers program. Right now, recently, they've been concentrating on 3 projects: independent living, primarily for seniors, but not only, peer support, and diabetes, which is a problem in our area. They reach out to about 150 persons, primarily seniors, each month. Kind of an interesting statistic: 6.2 million Canadians have at least one disability. That's about one in 7. Other than that, we went over somewhat over the community improvement plan. I think two items from that. One was that I think our committee members were quite surprised at the 9 different areas that we do provide community improvement plan assistance. And in the future, our committee did pass a motion concerning the community improvement plan and accessibility, and it is it hasn't been written up finally yet, but there will be something coming to council either December or January concerning their resolution at that meeting. I
Thank
think
you.
that's good for now.
Any other boards or committees that we have reports, Councillor Forder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just a very brief library board meeting we had last Wednesday. It was a fairly late meeting, but we did, however, approve for draft policies. And our next meeting is on January 15th, but the library has a ton of really cool stuff happening for December because of Christmas, and notably on Sunday, December 1st, 11 a.m. till 12:30, Santa will be at the library.
Wow. Terrific. That pretty much covers everything, but I just, sorry.
Mayor Kentner, we also had PSAC, and Harley White might want to speak to that because he had a presentation at PSAC.
Oh,
Yes, thank you. I didn't
well,
get that on.
yeah, okay. Without going into very many details, I did have a presentation to the pump storage committee members from the other side of the table concerning, and of course, this is all based around the TC Energy project going forward, and we haven't had that decision yet, but yeah, I just wanted them to think about that area in the southeast corner of the Army base, where TC will be doing extensive construction work, mainly burying their huge conduits, their huge water conduits, and I guess my idea is all based on, hey, if that southeast corner of the base is safe enough for TC Energy, is it out of the question to ask, is it not safe enough for the general public, at least a small area of it? And I basically just threw that idea out. I just wanted the members to think about, in the name of reconciliation, and in the name of letting the public have access to that corner of the property, and maybe more importantly to Georgian Bay. Perhaps something, some serious discussion between TC, DND. We'd have to include SON, but in particular, the municipality of Meaford and our residents could take place in the future. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that, Harley. And you've twigged me. I should have brought this up maybe in the announcements. I just want to remind councillors and also municipal staff that we have an invitation from the commander at the range to attend between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Friday, a live firing event. And I believe that all councillors, if they wish, should certainly attend. And I'm hoping that those members of staff who are interested in this opportunity, if they can fit around their responsibilities, that they could attend as well. I think it's an amazing outreach on behalf of the commander of the base, and I really hope that we he's reaching out to us. I hope we show our appreciation for that and have a good turnout for it. And it would certainly be very educational for sure. You don't get many opportunities to observe live fire practices. And then I just, before we leave, updates on committees, I've had a lot of email from people who believe that our Heritage Committee, it does not have a quorum, but it does. It has a quorum, and so its next meeting is going to be at 2 p.m. on December 11th here in the council chambers. And I also know that we will be doing an intake for that committee and maybe others very early in the new year. So I hope that's good news for everyone. And now I just need a motion to move out of Committee of the Whole. Moved by Councillor Greenfield and seconded by Councillor Urick. And that's at 5:08 this afternoon that we're doing that. Council motions. Is there any notice of motion? Okay, we have some motions for decisions, and I'll start with Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this came from the result of the Growing Our Economy. Recommendation is, whereas the Growing Our Economy Advisory Committee recommends that the municipality embark on a comprehensive and inclusive process to develop a community vision with priorities. And whereas the process to develop a cohesive vision and priorities involves utilizing public consultation, surveys, a community interview process, and meetings with key stakeholders and volunteers within the community. And whereas engaging in this work will assist in the committee in establishing future recommendations for developing a more proactive economic development plan and future economic development initiatives. And therefore, be it resolved that the Growing Our Economy Advisory Committee recommends that the Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to develop a community vision and priorities process, including the establishment of SMART goals, priorities, deliverables, milestones, and a process for reporting back on the success of these efforts.
We need a seconder for this motion, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Any questions for Rob? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And like what we learned through our budget process, every time we bring a motion forward, there's a cost to it. And is your cost in mind? This will have to go out to a consultant. This is a lot of work.
Through your worship, yes, and it's interesting because if you'd have asked me about a week ago when we went through the elective scenario, I might have said, yeah, this is one of those things you could kick down the road. And I will caveat that and say we may have to anyway, just because of staff resourcing right now. But having attended the Great County Economic Development Forum, the first one that was last Thursday, the mayor, deputy mayor, Councillor Greenfield, and myself were there. The first speaker was the former mayor of about 25 years for Stratford. And it was an extremely compelling presentation. And in there, he talked about vision extensively, that if you are not planning what you're doing in 25 years, let alone 25 years, then you're doing your municipality a disservice. They envisioned Stratford. Everybody knows about the festival, and everybody thinks that's Stratford. They embarked about in 96, I think it was, or late 90s, a plan how they were going to incorporate industry with serviceable lands and resourcing and influence. They took a real hard line and saying, no, we need to know what we're going to be down the road. And the only way you're going to do that is do a community vision plan to determine what you want to be. Because what we're doing right now is extremely reactive. We're reacting to wastewater plant needs. We're reactive to everything that's happening. We're not planning about, no, what are we and what are our goals? That's what this is going to do. Yeah, it feeds the active strat plan, but at the end of the day, and every speaker that came after that gentleman echoed and supported exactly what he said. Any successful municipality in terms of their long goal planning in industry and in development has done a community vision to determine what they are, and they put a plan in place to achieve it. And if we don't do a community vision plan, we're just going through the process of going, well, let's react to what's happening to us, not what we're going to do.
Don't argue with anything you've said. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Price tag, and we have to take it to the budget process.
Right. So what I would like to see is realistically, what kind of cost can we do this with? Can I say, yeah, let's throw $100,000? Yeah. Can I say, let's throw $20,000 at it? I don't know realistically what it would cost to do this. And I would like the first part of this to be, can we get an estimate of what it would cost to do this? To bring it back to say whether it's palatable in the new budget, because you're right, it's going to come down to dollars and cents. But I still think it's a really important step that we have to take. But can we afford it right now?
I think that Councillor Greenfield, he didn't get his hand up, but he he was signaling that he has some input.
Thanks, Your Worship. And thanks, Councillor. First of all, former Mayor Matheson is an amazing speaker. Very, very interesting man. I guess I was. Okay, and certainly I can't deny the long-term vision, but I guess we're halfway through our term. We're still working on our strategic priorities that we developed almost 2 years ago, a year and a half ago anyway. And I guess I'm wondering, first of all, are they enough to fill the plate for the next 2 years? And secondly, will they be at least a part, or yes, do you intend for them to be at least a part of this longer term vision? I'll leave it at that.
Yes, so I would say that when you plant a tree 20 years ago, when should the visioning have really been done? Probably 20 years ago. The Stratford kind of model kind of proves that out. So to your point, the strategic priorities are going to be part of the community vision. But again, that was really short term. And what I think he was discussing was much more the broad based. Are we a tourism town? Are we a retirement town? Do we want to be a wellness center? What are we? Until we define what we are, how do you even put your strategic priorities? How do you prioritize your strategic priorities to reach that goal? How do you get anywhere without a map? And the strategic priorities are a wish list. They're not a map of where we want to be in 20 years. That's my opinion.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I do support this motion, and I was equally impressed and inspired by Dan Matheson. Yeah, just amazing, and certainly got me thinking along these lines. And we have heard from very wise members of our Growing Our Economy Committee about the need for this for some time now. But I also see, and I recognize there's a cost, and we have to know what that is. But if we make the assumption, which is all it can be at this point, that TC Energy is moving forward and we're going to be talking about a community benefit process, I think having this vision in place will really assist us as we start to prioritize what benefits we may be seeking at that point in time. So I will definitely vote in favor of this.
Anyone else wish to speak? Going to call the motion. All in favor? Thank you very much. And you have another motion, Councillor Uri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Buckle up, it's a longer one. Whereas municipalities face growing infrastructure needs, including roads, bridges, public transit, water systems, and other critical services, which are essential to community well-being and economic development. And whereas the current sources of municipal revenue, including property taxes and user fees, are insufficient to meet these increasing demands for infrastructure investment. And whereas the province of Ontario currently collects the land transfer tax on property transactions in municipalities across the province, generating significant revenue that is not directly shared with municipalities. And whereas the federal government collects the goods and services tax on property transactions, a portion of which could be directed to municipalities to address local infrastructure needs. And whereas redistributing a portion of the provincial land transfer tax and GST to municipalities would provide a predictable and sustainable source of funding for local infrastructure projects without creating a new tax burden on residents or home buyers. And whereas a redistribution of a portion of the existing land transfer tax and GST would allow municipalities to better plan and invest in long-term infrastructure initiatives, supporting local economic growth and improving the quality of life for residents. One, now therefore be hereby resolved that the municipality of Meaford Council formally requests the provincial government to consider redistributing a portion of the land transfer tax collected on property transactions to municipalities. And two, be it further resolved that the municipality of Meaford Council calls on the federal government to allocate a percentage of the GST collected on property sales to municipalities. And three, be it further resolved that this redistribution of the land transfer tax and GST should be structured to provide predictable and sustainable funding to municipalities, allowing for better long-term planning investment in infrastructure projects that benefit local communities, thus ensuring that local governments receive a fair share of the revenue to address critical infrastructure needs. And four, be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be forwarded to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Premier Doug Ford, the Ontario Minister of Finance, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, local members of Parliament, and members of provincial Parliament, and be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be forwarded to all 444 municipalities in Ontario, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and for their endorsement and advocacy.
Seconder for that motion, Councillor Greenfield. Any discussion? I think it's crystal clear and an excellent motion, and I'll call the vote. All in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Keaveney, you have a motion.
I do, Mayor Kentner, thank you. And this one is taken from, you'll remember the letter from Wasaga Beach that was in our communications package regarding the OPP. So the recommendation, whereas current police services within the municipality of Meaford are provided by the Ontario Provincial Police, herein referred to as the OPP. And whereas the municipality and the local OPP detachment have worked in a positive, collaborative, and effective manner for decades, and whereas historical increases in OPP annual billing statements have trended around 5%, and whereas the OPP submitted their 2025 annual billing statement to the municipality on October the 4th, 2024, that identifies an approximate $508,450 or 26% increase from 2024 to 2025 that will translate to an approximate 2.9% tax rate increase on top of what the municipality was contemplating for the residents of Meaford. And whereas the municipality was not consulted nor provided any advance notice from the commissioner regarding the significant cost increase received for OPP services. Whereas the municipality cannot afford to observe this unexpected and entirely preventable increase without causing undue financial strain to our taxpayers. Therefore, be it resolved, the municipality of Meaford wishes to dispute the 2025 OPP annual billing statement, and further that the municipality requests that the 2025 OPP annual billing statement be reduced to an approximate 5% increase that is more manageable for the municipality and in line with the historical trends, and further that any increase above 5% be absorbed by the province, as the additional costs are directly the result of collective bargaining that was within the control of the OPP and should have been known to the financially unsustainable for the municipalities that now need to pay the bill. Further, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honorable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honorable Michael Kersner, Solicitor General, MP Rick Byers, the County of Grey, and all 329 municipalities serviced by the OPP.
Need a seconder for this motion? Thank you, Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We have a recommendation here to hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on November 4, November 12, and November 15, and that the closed meeting held on October 7 and November 9 be approved, I guess is.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's November 1st,
Sorry.
October 7th and November 1st.
Okay. So I need a mover and seconder for that. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I understand what I'm doing now. Sorry, I just, those are the minutes there. Also, the Council Budget Day Elective Services meeting on 15th got left out. Sorry. It was over the page. Do we need to do another motion there? Or?
I could have sworn that you said it, Mr. Mayor. I think we're okay. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll take your word. Anything on the communications agenda anyone wants to raise? And at this point, I need a motion to go into a closed session. We have some closed session business to conduct, so conduct our Councillor Forder and Councillor Urick. Thank you. And the recommendation is, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 5:23 p.m. With the CAO, Director of Community Services and HR, Director of Finance/Treasurer, and Acting Clerk in attendance to discuss. And that would be labor relations or employee negotiations specifically related to a corporate reorganization related to the 2025 draft budget services and deliverables. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I'd like to propose an amendment to this motion, if I may.
I think that can proceed, right? Okay, go ahead.
Be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 5:24 p.m. with the Director of Community Services and HR, Director of Finance/Treasurer, and Acting Clerk in attendance to discuss A, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Yeah, we need a seconder for that, Councillor Forder. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so please.
So the main motion as amended would be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does go into closed session at 5:24 with the Director of HR and Community Services, Treasurer/Director of Financial Services, and Acting Clerk in attendance to discuss A, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. So we just need the vote and we're all good.
Yep, all in favor? And that is carried. So I'll adjourn this and we'll be coming back at the conclusion of our closed session. Reporting out of the closed session that we entered at 5:24 this afternoon with the Director of Community Services and HR, Director of Finance and Treasurer, and Acting Clerk in attendance. We were discussing personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and that is all we discussed. And with that, I'm going to close this meeting. Russ has made another mistake here and left out the confirming bylaw. So here it is. The recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2024-53 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Municipality of Meaford at its regular and special meetings held in the month of November 2024 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And now this meeting is adjourned.